Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Town of East Hampton Zoning Board of Appeals, September 27th, 2016 meeting. We did have 5 public hearings scheduled. The second public hearing due to start at 6:50 p.m. The applicant is Teresa A. Albrecht at 28 Butternut Drive, Culloden Shores in Montauk. That is off the agenda this evening, as is the meeting, the final public hearing scheduled for 7:50 p.m. The applicant there is Jet Hampton LLC at 45 Maple Lane in Amagansett. That is also off our agenda this evening. So therefore, we have 3 public hearings, and we'll get started. We've got a long agenda, a lot to do this evening, I think. So we'll get started with our first public hearing. Okay, the applicant is the applicants are Valerie Koster and Karen Simon. The lot size and location is 45,532 square feet total at 463 Old Stone Highway, map number 8916, Chapel Hill, Lot 1, Springs, tax map number 300-103-3-221. Description: to construct a 917 square foot, 2-story attached artist studio and an outdoor shower on a parcel of land with freshwater wetlands. A natural resources special permit pursuant to 255-420, a variance from 255-430 wetland setbacks, and a variance from 255-11-72D pyramid law, and any relief necessary. A 16.2-foot variance is required to construct the artist studio 83.8 feet from the wetland where a minimum 100-foot setback is required. A 9.5-foot pyramid variance is required. This is in an A2 residence zoning district. The flood zone is X, and the secret class is type 2. Council, do we have a proper affidavit of service and posting?
We do have the affidavit of service and posting. Appears that notice is proper.
Thank you.
Thanks. There you go, John. Okay.
Okay, and this is in Vice Chair Rogers' district. Kate, do we have a field report?
Yes, I was at the property yesterday. The first photo that's up on the smart board is looking at the the posting from Old Stone Highway, the driveway. If you could see, there's a bit of a common driveway on the survey. That is just in the right of the picture. Just to the right of that driveway is St. Luke's Summer Chapel. Next photograph is looking down the common driveway. Next photograph. This is looking southerly at the subject property. On the survey, you'll see the 2 red, marked in red rock walls. The artist studio is meant to be on the right side of the picture towards the, what is that, north, I think? No, west. Next photograph. Now, one of the variance, I believe, is from Wetlands, if I have that right. And that is the area on the survey, marked cleared area. It's across the driveway from the house. Next photograph. And that is the looking into the area where there the wetlands. The next photograph. This is, if you see the bump out on the house where it says 1 story, you can get an idea. Just behind that is where the proposed shower. There's an AC unit, then the proposed shower. And then this is where the beginning of the addition will start. You can see the proposed cantilever window. If you look on the survey, you can really see where it just starts in the front of that bump out that you see. Next photograph. Now, it'll come forward from that bump out, and if you look on the survey at the rock wall, you could see where it will end just at the edge of those 2 rock walls, and you get an idea of the topography that exists.
Yeah.
And you could see the stake in the front. Next photograph. This is now looking from the fencing back towards the common driveway at the area that will be part of the artist studio. Giving you an idea of the topo. I think I have better photographs of the side yard. Next photograph, you can see the shed listed on the survey to be removed, which is actually not on their property. So that shed to the right of the photograph attached to the fence is not the property line. The property line is actually just in front of the corner of that shed. And again, it is a pie-shaped property, so it does go out. And so the edge of the artist studio, well, on the property line, I assume it's so close, that's what's triggering the pyramid variance as well. And there's also the topography. This is just a photograph of the exterior of the front of the house. The driveway is going to be reconfigured also to be close to those pavers up there. It's going to go up and across that property. And then the artist studio is, again, coming off on the right side of the picture. This is a photograph looking at the topography that exists now. Again, the shed. For our survey purposes, you could see that that is off the property line. So everything to the left is where the proposed addition artist studio is. Next photograph. And this is just for reference because there is activity on that side of the property. There is, I think they're having, I thought they were having a basement put in, steps. Yeah, proposed cellar stairs are going to go on the driveway. This is just for reference. Next photograph. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Kate, for that.
Okay.
Board members, any questions for Kate on the field report? No.
No.
Okay. Okay, do we have the applicant or an agent for that applicant? We do. Good evening, Britton.
Good evening, members of the board, Chairman Whelan. I'm Britton Bistrian of 21 Napeek Harbor Road, Amagansett. Here this evening representing Valerie Coster and Karen Simon, the owners of this parcel at 463 Old Stone Highway in Springs. My clients have owned the property for over 20 years, since the residence was constructed in 1994. Both the owners and the project architect, Maxine Lauer, are in attendance this evening, so should the board have any specific questions for them, I would offer their expertise. As discussed in the field report, we're here this evening requesting a natural resources special permit and variance relief to construct an attached artist studio to the existing residence. Karen, one of the owners, as documented in the zoning board file, is an accomplished artist, having an extensive resume, as well as the honor of her work being hung at the Smithsonian National Museum of American History, as well as the Library of Congress. The design for this project was very thoughtfully considered, taking into the property constraints into mind, as well as the existing architecture, balancing that against the needs of the client in her artistic discipline. Due to the extensive scenic easement, I'm sure if you saw in the survey, 29,000 square feet of this roughly 45,000 square foot parcel is in a scenic easement. And it bends around Quality Row and Old Stone Highway, and then most of the buildable areas, as Kate mentioned, is sort of a pizza pie shape, getting narrower as you get deeper into the lot. It would have been desirable to site this artist studio as a separate accessory structure, just for the sole purpose of the owners having some separation between work and home. It's a traditional relationship that we see around Springs, but this property really is not conducive to that. So we did decide to attach the artist studio to the existing residence in an effort to minimize the impact to the scenic easement, to the property lines.
So does that go to additional GFA to the house, or is that just for the artist studio specifically for the GFA allowed in an artist studio then, even though it's attached?
The code for the artist studio doesn't necessarily come into play in terms of GFA. It will count as house GFA.
House GFA, thank you, that's what
So it is what we would consider a modest addition. It's predominantly one story of 836 square feet. There is a mezzanine of 81 square feet, and that was an architectural design for both having some separated area to work on a computer and also as the ability to look down upon the studio. The variances requested are for an 83.8 8-foot setback to the wetlands, where 100 feet is required, as well as side yard and pyramid setback relief from this western property line. I think it should be noted that when the parcel was originally constructed in, I believe the building permit was in 1994, the lot, it appears, was filled. So the relationship to that western property line, as Kate showed in the photos, is the property line is far below the grade at the house, which is what's making the pyramid variance. Usually you don't see a pyramid variance on a one-story addition, but because the grade falls off so significantly to the west, it requires that variance. I think it should be noted also that the variance to the western property line is to St. Peter's Church, and there's a letter in the zoning board's file expressing their support for this variance to the side yard and the pyramid as the most affected neighbor. While I'm on the neighbors, I also would like to submit this letter, who is from the property. They share the common driveway. It's the next house, the only other property on this common driveway. The Hannibals also supported the application. So the most closely impacted neighbors both submitted letters of support for this application and the owner's pursuit. As outlined, there was some site work. It wasn't really very apparent because of the church relationship to that property line, and it never was really understood where it was. It came to light when we had this new survey done for the purpose of coming here for the addition, that a lot of the fencing, the shed itself, was completely off of the property. We are offering to, obviously we would take care of it anyway, to mitigate that situation, move all our fencing onto the property, get a permit for the shed. It's beyond NRSP jurisdiction, but it will need a building permit, and we're proposing to move it onto the property.
So is that temporary shed, what is the purpose of that? There's a temporary shed on the survey that'll be behind that shed.
It wasn't necessarily temporary, it's relocating the existing shed onto the property.
Okay, it's called temporary shed.
No, it says shed to be removed.
It says
It's the-
proposed 8 by 10 temporary shed.
That's a misnomer. The concept is where it says shed to be removed, to remove that shed to a conforming location on their property.
And that's within the setbacks.
Correct. And it's outside of NRSP jurisdiction. It is our opinion that due to the configuration of the lot and the extensive scenic easement, the owner doesn't have an option in seeking this release. There isn't a conforming location. This is a small house. It is a 3-bedroom house. It is remaining a 3-bedroom house. The benefit to the homeowner is pretty clear in their mission to continue their professional career in Springs, where the artist community has been a longstanding tradition, and I believe a pretty distinct goal of the comprehensive plan is to maintain the rural and unique character of our hamlets, especially artists and residing in Springs. That's all I have to address to the board, but I stand here if the board has any questions for me, or the owners or the architect.
And the fencing on the other side going onto the property of Lot 2 house, that's going to be pulled into?
Correct. On the survey, it's all noted as to be conforming. I'm sorry, I didn't actually discuss the mitigation. I submitted a second letter about mitigation. There's an area of a sort of a yellow brick patio area in the scenic easement. We are proposing to remove that, and I spoke with Brian earlier today, and he did have a specific revegetation plan in mind, and we would be open to that, as well as leaders and gutters and dry wells on the addition, and all the fencing and shed relocation that I noted.
Will you put dry wells on the whole house? Because right now, I think in one of my photos, you can see it when you're, the leaders coming down, it's going underground, piping, and then discharging into that lower area between you and St. Paul.
Yes, I submitted a letter to the board's file, saying that the existing residence as well as the addition would be fitted with leaders, gutters, and
Okay,
everything piped to dry wells,
Shower?
as well as the outdoor shower, dry well.
It says if this is not going to be, it's going to be used as an artist studio, but it's not going to be defined as an artist studio within the town code. The additional GFA on there, is the septic system, does it have the capacity for the additional space then?
Yeah, the septic system is from 1994. It's set for a 4-bedroom system, and it's a 3-bedroom house. And you get 4 additional rooms with those 4 bedrooms, and the house only has 2. So it's adequate due to its age and its size.
And the fact that
Thank you.
you don't have to comply with the town code for artist studios because it is attached?
Correct. It does comply with all the, it could be much larger. It does comply with the criteria, but because it's attached, it need not comply. And we don't have to go through the town board process. That's the major difference.
And you wouldn't have to remove the extra.
And we'd have to remove it if it was sold to a non-bona fide artist in the future.
And
Well,
What did you, I'm sorry, you would have to remove the addition?
300 square feet.
If an artist studio was detached from the residence and larger than an accessory structure or with plumbing, it would have to either be sold to a bona fide artist or retrofitted to meet the code, either downsized or plumbing removed.
right, you're calling it an artist studio, which I'm sure it will be used that way, but it's an addition to the house.
For our purposes, it's-
Correct. It's a one-room addition intended.
Bedroom, bathroom addition.
Right, so what's preventing it from being a bedroom?
Nothing.
nothing.
Nothing. And there's nothing that, I mean, it's not the
But it
intention.
might have an impact on the application because we're calling it an artist studio.
It still wouldn't be, the sanitary system wouldn't be undersized, even if it was a bedroom, which it's not the intention.
You're calling, yeah, it's basically an addition, a bedroom, bathroom addition, you're calling, it's going to be used.
It's not a bedroom, bathroom addition. There's no bedroom.
No.
There's an existing bedroom that's adjacent to where the studio is being added, but that exists.
But it could be used as a
But it could
bed.
be used as a bedroom.
It's
And Suffolk
not-
County
Yeah.
Health would look at this as a bedroom when they're counting bedrooms.
They would not, because you're allowed 4 rooms in addition, living room, dining room, and a bonus room and a den, and the house only has 2 other rooms other than the 3 bedrooms.
Living room, dining room.
That's memo number 28, Health
Yeah,
Department.
but you're not allowed a den and a bonus room. You're allowed living, dining, kitchen, and a bonus room.
Right, 4. There's only,
You said den and bonus room, but it says,
but there's a total of 4 rooms other than bedrooms permitted, and there's only 2 rooms other than bedrooms in this house. This studio would be the 3rd room. I'd be happy to submit that to the file.
Okay.
I think my point is if it could be a bedroom tomorrow, it could have an impact on the decision we make. And that's, I'm not sure. But, I mean, we're looking for 3 variances, a pyramid, side yard, and NRSP. I want you to make the case maybe stronger that it's going to remain as an art studio.
I don't know how I could make it any stronger other than the resident artist is a bona fide artist, and I've submitted a resume to the file. The space is designed and intended for large pieces of sculpture, and it's tailored to that design. It has a sloped roof. I mean, it's specifically, no one's going to use an 81 square foot mezzanine for anything other than the purposes that my client would be using it for.
So it's not going to be dedicated artist studio for us, it's an addition which will be used as an artist studio.
Correct.
right.
The hardship is that this owner is a bona fide artist and doesn't have the ability to make a living and have a detached artist studio. So they're asking for you relief to have it as an addition to their house.
Right. So, a couple of things. So do you have documentation that states that the existing sanitary system is for a 4-bedroom house?
I can get them. I mean, I've seen it. I don't have it on me. It's a 1994
Could you
system.
submit that- Could you submit that to the file?
It's a 1,000-gallon tank with 2 pools. I mean, it's on the survey.
I don't think it is.
It is.
Septic is.
The septic is, but there's no profile
no
that states what
profile.
it is.
Septic tank and 2 leaching pools are located, but what would you like me to submit to your file?
Well, it'd be good just to have that on record, if you have that. I mean,
I
said it
guess
was
it would
built
be
in-
certified enough for.
In 90
That it's intended.
I'll submit the final survey from the CO in 95 that would have a health department stamp on it.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you. That'd be good. And let's see, so as far as the pyramid law, I did read the architect's submission to the board, to the file. If it were not for the mezzanine upstairs, it appears that obviously it could be designed as a single story without the need for the pyramid. The pyramid is really dealing with the mezzanine and the balcony on the second floor.
I think I might actually step aside and allow Maxine to answer that question if she's comfortable, because she studied this roof and the ridge lines and has the model and about how this was the best design in terms of not cutting individual rafters, and really studied this extensively. So if that's the last question that I have, I'd like to ask her to come to the podium.
Sure.
I'll give you one more, sorry. I mean, maybe
Sure.
her or yourself. I'm just looking at where the principal building setback is, and it seems like there's a portion of the the addition that's going to be outside the principal building setback. It's at 12.5 feet.
Yeah, that's the mezzanine, the cantilevered mezzanine and the deck upstairs I'm referring to.
Well, that's what I was saying. Okay, so the proposed balcony is hashed off. So I guess that's the only
There's a variance submitted for a side yard setback, a pyramid, and wetlands. So one was for the side yard for the 12.5, and one was for the side yard for the 10.5.
Right.
It's not in our technical analysis that way.
That was, do you want to address that?
It originally wasn't reviewed that way. It was questioned whether or not the 4/10 rule would apply, and therefore they wouldn't
Because
have
of the
needed
pie-shaped
those
lot.
variants, but it was determined that they do in fact need those variants.
And that was
The
paid
applicant
for.
has submitted
Okay.
a fee and everything to, and the notice itself actually covers it because it's the structure.
So what is that,
It
though? I'd
says
like
any
to
other-
just know the additional variance to know what I'm approving. What is the?
12.5
12
side yard.
So, because
That's
you've
this
you've got,
one
you've
here.
got the
Yep.
12.5 for the first floor
So
portion.
it's a
then you've got
2.5
Then you've got
variance.
pardon me, what is that?
Here's the 12.5 right here.
Yeah, and then you have the,
10.5?
10.5 for the second floor, for the cantilevered mezzanine
Okay, so
balcony.
4.5.
second floor. Right.
Thank you, I'm sorry about that.
Any other questions, board member for Britton, before she?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Maxine Liao, the architect for the project.
Could you spell your last name, please? I didn't.
It's Liao.
And-
Thank you.
And your address, Maxine, too, for the record?
It's
please?
12 Jesse Halsey Lane, Sag Harbor.
Jesse Halsey?
Right.
Okay, thank you. You got that, Denise?
Jesse,
Jesse Halsey Lane in Sag Harbor?
You see this?
thank you.
You did,
I
right?
did.
So you had asked a question about the roof line and the size of the
Yeah, I was
volume
just, my point was if it were not for the
for the mezzanine.
the mezzanine and the balcony and the step-out balcony on the second floor,
Right.
it seems that this could be designed without the need for a pyramid variance
Okay, well,
as a single-story flat roof or slightly pitched roof to meet the pyramid law.
okay, so this is why it's designed the way it is. I made a little model to show you, and I'll bring it over in a minute when I'm done speaking.
Yeah.
And it fits on top of the plan that you all have. I'll bring over my plan with it. And what I was trying to do was make the shape of the roof compatible and sympathetic with the roof that's there now. So I used the same roof slope, so they kind of relate to each other. And also, in the letter that I sent you,
Yeah.
I tried to keep the geometry of the roof over this plan, which is trapezoidal in shape. I tried to keep it as simple as possible. And because the bedroom is also, in order to create even a hallway to this new addition, we had to carve a space out of the existing bedroom so that the bedroom then got smaller. It had to, part of the project was to make the bedroom a little bit bigger. So in order to make a roof that covered the bedroom and the sculpture studio both, and use the same slope as the house, this was the result. And also, the client asked for a separate area where she could work on the computer, and if there was any dust from the construction of a sculpture, it wouldn't get in the computer, so that she wanted a separate area. So it seemed very reasonable to have a mezzanine slightly removed from where she might be sanding a piece of wood or whatever. So that's why it's the shape it is, and I would like to bring this over and let you see it.
Sure.
Okay. So this is the plan here. The outline of the addition
Yeah.
Got it.
is, so, and the outline of the addition is to the side of the house. The roof line of the house is parallel to this roof, and it's just a very simple volume. And this is also just a simple volume right next to it. So I thought that it was very compatible with what was there. I like the old style of the roof.
So on the plan, you're stopping before those retaining walls? And on this,
yeah.
it seems like, on the survey, it seems like you're covering,
You know-
I was wondering about,
you know-
you're going to bring in fill then for the topography that exists? Because it slopes quite dramatically
What
there.
we're going to do is the idea of the,
Maybe you want
in the
to,
drawing, oh,
Oh.
you want me to?
because we can hear you.
If you look at some of the other pages in the drawing, you can see that the level of the sculpture studio is 4 feet lower than the level of the house now. And so when I showed a proposed hallway from the house now, there goes down a half a flight to get down 4 feet to where the studio is, and that was to avoid having a lot of fill. It was so I made the sculpture studio lower on the
Beth, could you
grade.
bring up a picture, that side picture, so I can get a visual of what the,
I think if you take a look at the elevations, I think it's the last page.
Studios is
Yeah.
still gonna be hanging in the air, right? Because it
No,
drops
no,
off.
it's meeting the grade.
Oh,
So she has you stepping down.
We have, Maxine, we have it here, Maxine.
We
Yeah,
have it.
we have it, thank you. We're looking at it.
okay. So there's that drop off, there's the retaining walls, and there's the drop off. So you're going to be down at the grade?
4 feet lower. than
Stepping
the first
down,
grade.
they're stepping down.
Yeah, so there's a
Right.
considerable slope there. And so the other thing that happens in the plan is that,
Beth, I think there's even a wider shot where we could see the whole side.
right,
Yeah.
okay, so,
Sorry.
I think this is good.
Yeah.
So, the addition, while the floor of the addition is, this is the first floor, now the floor of the addition is about here. It allows access from the lawn right into the studio. So if the owner has to move some wood from a delivery right from the lawn into the studio, there's going to be some big doors or a sculpture out.
And that's
or
why you're
something
bringing the
like that.
proposed driveway across?
Yeah, that's
to the
what that's
studio?
for.
But on my survey, it shows actually the studio going forward beyond the rock wall that's existing.
You know, it might be that on my plans, I
think she
didn't draw the
rendered it.
rock
Yeah,
wall
Kate, I can
exactly
show
the
you.
same way the
I think she
surveyor
just
drew
didn't
it.
re- She probably just didn't render where.
So
was
it is
gonna
going
be
to
there.
come forward, as it is on the survey?
Yeah, the survey's what we're
So,
going with.
yeah, go by the survey, right.
Yeah, the survey'd be correct. I think she just didn't render where she's cutting it off.
So the rock wall will just be sheared off at those
Well, we might,
spots?
we might have to bring it around a little, we might have to just adjust it a little for however we're going to moderate the grade. I think we'll have to do that in the field and see how everything is fitting together.
So to answer my question, your point, as I understand, is you're trying to work with the roof lines to keep it compatible
Yeah.
with the house.
Yeah, and also then keep the roof of the addition a very simple geometry so that it's easy to build.
Right.
And the reason for the size, the 912 square foot, rather than a smaller addition, is for?
Well, part of it is the bedroom. Because since we're carving out this part of the bedroom for a hallway and a steps down, so we had to make the bedroom a little bigger. And the bedroom has an angled wall. It's not going to be a great size bedroom. It is a master bedroom, but it's not huge.
The bedroom is existing in the existing residence?
There is an existing bedroom, and we're proposing to extend it a little bit to the west. And so that's part of the area. And then the addition also is going to have a bathroom in it on the level of the sculpture studio. So when the artist gets grimy and full of sawdust or paint or whatever, she can wash it off before coming in,
That's all.
Okay.
before coming into the house.
Yep.
So that takes a lot of space. There'll probably also have to be some storage for materials in there.
And on these plans, it does appear that you do not have a shower in the bedroom, the proposed bedroom in the studio. Looks like just a toilet and a sink. Is that correct?
In the studio?
Yes.
Oh, I think we were thinking of a shower. Wait, let me just come over.
Looks like just a toilet and a sink.
We were thinking that underneath the steps would be a shower. I didn't label it as a shower, but yes, we were thinking that.
Okay. Okay, you can take that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Gordon?
No.
Great. Thank you. I think models are very good for our pyramid presentations.
Yeah,
I appreciate
they're
that.
very helpful. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Before we hear from the planning department, is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? No? Okay. Mr. Frank, if you please, Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Frank on behalf of the Planning Department. I'm pinch hitting for Lisa DeAndrea, who is the analyst who reviewed the application. I'll add a little bit to your photographic record. This is the property bordered in blue, and I have another shot that kind of puts it in the context of the neighborhood. The property was created as part of a 1990 minor subdivision, and you can see that if we ever had a contest in town for the most uniquely shaped
was gonna
lot
say,
lines,
yeah.
this is a candidate.
I think that's a winner.
It's definitely a seahorse. Yes, we
Yeah.
decided that it was shaped like a seahorse earlier.
It's like Cloud Games,
in the
yeah.
meeting. So it's an unusual shaped property. This is a common driveway that serves at least one other property in the subdivision. The scenic easement that you see on the survey covers pretty much the northernmost portion of the lot, where there's an extensive freshwater wetland system. That's a groundwater-fed wetland. I'm sorry, I have this in another aerial, and I had meant to print a hard copy for the board to have in hand. I know you can't see the topography from that distance, but you'll see the elevations within the wetland are 6 and 7 feet above sea level. There is some hydraulic head here. There is a gradient from the watershed. These wetlands flow south and east, and they flow into the complex of the reserved area that's part of the Bell Estate. To the north is Quality Row. It's really a tremendous area. It's a significant wetland. It's a red maple swamp and black tupelo swamp. It has a lot of areas of standing water and flowing water within the interior. It's really a jewel. This is another view of the property. And here's the property bordered in blue. This is Quality Row. This is a town-owned reserve area. This property is owned by the town, and everything that's shaded in green is, in one way or another, open space. It's either owned by the Nature Conservancy or the town of East Hampton. Going back, I don't know, maybe the most useful visual aid, I guess, after this. This is the survey that you have in the file. I'm sorry that doesn't.
It's okay, we have.
We have it, that's fine.
Okay. So the residence on the property was built in 1995 pursuant to a natural resources special permit that I believe was issued administratively. It was cited so that it was 100 feet back from the wetlands. The sanitary system is located in the southernmost portion of the property. Private water supply well is located in the northeast corner, kind of within the in the scenic, not kind of, but within the scenic easement. Presumably that was understood and permitted at the time. That you don't see that often, but there are a number of subdivisions where wells were located within scenic easement to allow that separation between a private drinking water supply, potable water supply, and the waste disposal. You've kind of already touched on some of the issues that the board needs to consider tonight. This application needs 3 area variances, and you have to evaluate whether it's eligible for those. As you've touched on earlier, the rules that govern artist studios were set up as a specific type of accessory structure regulation to be a little bit more flexible than the typical accessory structure regulations, which in a residential zone is limited to 600 square feet maximum and limits the amount of plumbing that can be accommodated inside. Because the artist studio use is considered a significant part of the town. The town board did establish specific rules to govern those accessory structures, governing their size, what can be done with them, under what circumstances. And I think you summarized correctly. This is an addition that happens to be designed and intended to be used as an artist studio, but it's an addition to the principal residence. The wetlands don't show up. Well, you have the survey, so you know the wetlands don't show up that distinctly on the aerial here. They're to the north, about 84 feet away from where the addition is proposed on what amounts to the westerly side of the property. There is about a 900 square foot cleared area within the scenic easement, and that should be restored as soon as possible. There is all up and down the common driveway here, there is a lot of, it's a very popular ornamental grass, but it's becoming increasingly invasive, and it's important to keep that out of undisturbed areas or areas that you want to conserve. That's part of the reason that rather than let the easement revegetate naturally, you want to kickstart it with indigenous shrubs that are adapted both to since it's outside of the wetland, it's going to be droughty at times, but it's also going to be hydric at times. It's going to be mesic at least. It's going to get wet sometimes. So species that have native species that have a wide tolerance range for drought and a certain amount of inundation or saturation are plants like pepperbush and bayberry, which nothing is really deer-proof anymore, but they are considered deer-resistant, which is another consideration here.
Brian, can I ask you a question about that clearing? Since there's
Sure.
the uniqueness of having that well within the scenic easement there, I know the town code allows 400 square feet for boring or for testing holes. Should there be some wording about that, about servicing of that, if it needed to be trampled on to service that well?
I think I'm curious. I didn't get a chance to pull the language of the scenic easement to see what it allows. But generally, the well replacement or maintenance, hopefully their well never fails. But if it does, it's usually a pretty minimally invasive to sink a new well. If the piping has to get retrenched, that's also fairly minimally invasive too. That's kind of a straight, narrow trench. Narrow, 18 inches is, I think, a generous amount for what's allowed there. So I don't think so. I think you can re-veg that easement without impeding the maintenance or the use of the well in the future.
Thank you.
Brian, just a quick question, and this certainly is not my area of expertise, but since the topo changes, down to 10, and the septic is at 15, is there any problem connecting to that, or?
Connecting,
To the septic, because there's going to be a bathroom in the.
Yeah, but I think the
It's
bathroom
going
is up
right-
at the first floor level.
Okay.
And then there's septic.
yeah, everything should be gravity fed down.
Yeah, they have the finished floor at the existing is 18.2, so it's working.
Right, the bathroom
And the
is up
floor, the low, yeah, right, and the lower floor is 14.2. And we could check, I believe. Well, we could ask the architect maybe to step back and we could ask that question about getting, or Britton, whatever. We could, after Brian's finished.
Because the wetlands are on the north side of the driveway, the encroachment to a certain extent is, the impacts from that are minimized. The survey shows an area of clearing to the, I want to call this to the north, but it's really the northwest
Northwest, yeah.
of where the addition is. But that area is a little bit, at least partially cleared now. I wouldn't exactly call it wooded. I do think it's important for the board to ensure that the size of the existing sanitary system is adequate for the capacity of the house. You're adding, I don't know if the health department would call the office a separate room, if you're adding one room or two rooms. It is quite possible that the sanitary system that was installed in 1995 is adequate and wouldn't need to have any increase its leaching capacity. You wouldn't need to add a ring. But anytime you have a natural resource special permit and you're adding to the size of a structure, you should confirm that and make sure, if necessary, that it's upgraded accordingly.
Right. I was going to suggest when Kate makes her motion that we leave the record open for a week for Britton to submit that memo, a typical memo from the county and a copy of the approved to ensure that it is a 4-bedroom system.
The specs would be helpful to know this.
Just to have in the file.
It's not, even then, I think even in the mid-'90s, they did make 900-gallon tanks, and it is possible that for such a small house, and it is a small house,
Right.
that it might have been a little bit smaller. Hopefully that it's not the case and it's adequate and you don't need the added site disturbance. But
Right.
it is important to make sure that it's part of your special permit standards.
I agree.
that-
I agree. And then we would have that when we made the determination. We would have that information to look at. I agree.
Brian, I'm going to ask this question. I mean, I know it wasn't your application to handle those leases, but whether it's called an artist studio or in addition to the house, did that have any impact on how the planning board looked at writing up its EAF?
I would say no. It's hard to, it's an addition, and that's pretty much, I believe that's how it was looked at.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Any other questions for Brian? Board members? No. Thank you, Brian. Britton, maybe we could just have, you can have your follow-up comments, but maybe we could just ask about the waste line from the new bathroom getting to that existing system?
The intent is for the new bathroom to be piped into the existing system. Is that the question?
Yeah, but if it's 4 feet lower,
We may need a pump,
an
just like you do in a basement.
You may need an ejector pump or something.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a tough riddle to solve.
Right.
In terms of the sanitary system, I do have a copy of the Health Department approved subdivision map with all the specs on the system. It was a 900-gallon system with 2 8x8 leaching pools, so I'm happy to submit that to the board's
Does it
file.
say 4-bedroom system on the approval?
I believe it does. So I'll make I don't have an extra copy right now, but I will submit this to the board's file
Okay.
with this Health Department stamp. And this
Maybe
is
if you
actually,
would, pardon me, if you would also, just the typical guidance memorandum about.
I'll
the
submit
bedroom
number
count.
28. Yep, I'll
Yeah,
do that
thank
as
you.
well.
Thank
I
you.
don't have that on me, but I have it up here. I did submit to the board's file the scenic easement and the conservation with the original application. Brian probably didn't see it because it went to Lisa originally, but I will read from that where it's granted to the town of East Hampton. No building or structure of any description with the exception of 3 water supply wells and associated piping shall be erected on the burdened premise. So those 3 wells for the 3 houses as a result of the subdivision were allowed to be in the scenic easement.
And is there any maintenance for that? Or, just so when we do our re-veg, we don't cross purpose?
I'd be happy to read through this 35 pages and respond to that, but I'm not going to do it right now. It is in your board's file. I did submit it with the original
Okay, great.
application.
You can do that when you go home tonight.
Yeah, I will. I'll respond to the health department and also the maintenance.
Thank you.
I think it's not, I mean, maintenance on a well
I know
is
I
not
had a
really,
well replaced, so.
unless you have to sink a new one. I mean,
Truck
it's
has
not
to
like,
go in there, yeah.
it's not a big deal, but I'll see if, I would imagine if you have a utility and a scenic easement, they would allow for maintenance.
Well, the truck actually had to go in to drill the pipe on mine, so I just want to be clear what we're revegetating and if there's any necessity to leave anything
Open.
for that.
Okay,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Britton. Okay, Kate, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, therefore, in the matter of the application of Valerie Coster and Karen Simon, Suffolk County Tax Map number 300-03-02 at 463 Old Stone Highway Springs, I make a motion to close the public hearing, leaving the record open 1 week for a sanitary profile and information regarding the number of bedrooms to be serviced by the existing sanitary.
Second?
Concur.
And I concur as well. Thanks, Kate. Thank you all for coming out.
I have 7:14. The second one is, it's
It's 6,
canceled.
yeah, I know, so we have till,
We have a minute.
oh,
We
oh,
have
it's 7.
till 7:30. We have till 7:10.
Oh, so we're fine.
We're fine, actually. We have no time.
Paddle Diva.
So,
It's 7:10.
Yeah, I understand. So we can go to the paddle diva.
We can, yeah.
'Cause
You know what I
it's
think I might,
7:10. But this, you might want to let
Yeah.
the people know
No,
that
is that
this
a-
was. I know, but
Yeah,
hold on. You might want to let people know that the second hearing,
yeah,
Teresa,
yeah, exactly. What time, but we had 7.
we're good to go on
We're
third.
good to go. No, I did let them know that.
Oh, we did?
Yeah, before, I
And
let
you know
everyone
what?
know.
I'm gonna, once you read it in, I'm
Yeah.
recused.
So, Eric, I was going to take care of one little bit of homework.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just do this, so Eric doesn't have to spend the whole night here. So Eric, so board members, I'd just like to jump in for a second, just to,
Please, go ahead.
thank you. We discussed the Montauk Colony LLC stair. We did all of our discussion last week. I was not exactly clear as to what our charge was. Our charge, in fact, was to decide whether or not this should go administratively. Eric, maybe you can just walk us through again, if you would.
Basically, this is about 36 feet long. The board asked at the time of the review for the lot width variances for
for one staircase rather than two, and to have them be removable, the staircase sections. They brought that back. This is untreated wood. The other aspect that they want to do, they're ending the staircase after the bluff crest here. They have an existing series of trails through here that they want to maintain. They want to have rollout walkways on the southern portion of these.
Of all three?
Oh, rollout walkway.
The trail.
In these sections here.
How wide are
And then the
the
rest is just a trail.
rollouts? How wide are the,
Same with the,
And, sorry, tell me, where do they want the rollouts? They want the whole length of the trail?
I believe they want them in this section here. Yeah. They were saying they didn't want. them
Sorry, one
around
more
the whole
time.
thing.
Show me one more time, please.
Basically leading up to the staircase,
From which sections?
from this here.
Just from that portion there?
I believe here, and then also here, and then this will jog out here.
So is there any concern that people are going to start walking down these dunes here?
I doubt it. They'll have to be very
there a need for
athletic.
Yeah.
It's a pretty steep bluff.
Is there a need for it?
Is there a need?
I mean, I don't think so.
And those are existing right now, those?
Yeah, I don't recall
The
discussing.
trails are existing.
yeah,
Yeah,
this?
Yeah, the rollout is something I wasn't sure if you
yeah,
guys were
and,
aware of.
and last week, we discussed this fairly thoroughly without that. I think we were all fairly comfortable, as I understand, with
So
with
we're looking
this.
at it, John, just to
Yeah,
read it into the
sure.
record, this is, we're deciding.
Oh, I
right now
should
whether-
read
yeah.
that in, yeah, I'm sorry, thank you. I'm going to read, so we jump in, this is, stay right there. This is Montauk Colony LLC, Suffolk County Tax Map 300-32-6-1-14 at 40 DeForest Road in Montauk. Thank you, Kate.
Okay, and it's going for a possible admin, right?
Admin, right.
This all right now is existing beach grass with the exception of those trail areas. They actually have a substantial area. They submitted a separate plan to you that shows their revegetation plan, which isn't part of this application. It was part of the sub-waiver. But it's pretty substantial. So almost all this area you see from the 150 feet, and it goes up quite sharply over here. It'll all be vegetated with the exception of the trails that they want to maintain.
And there's a proposed pedestrian easement. Is it been filed yet?
Yes.
I believe it has, yeah.
Okay. Could you just
As well
hold
as the
that up so I could see
conservation.
that trail that John's talking about? So what, is this?
So what
the one
they're,
you're
so what they're Eric is telling us that they are proposing, typical rollout boardwalk, plan view section detail. They do not really call where they're putting on the survey, where they propose even to have that rollout. I know you'll
I
know
can get
from
some
speaking.
clarity from them. My understanding was that it wasn't the entirety of all these.
Yeah, we
although
would
there
need
is-
to have
Yeah, I
exactly
mean, I
what's
could-
the
There is
could-
something to be said for having them there, simply that people don't go off of them.
I
You know,
agree with-
Widen those trails.
Yeah, I agree with, I'll just fold this down for a second, pardon me. I would agree, this certainly makes sense kind of here and maybe the other places, pardon me, thank you,
This
thank
would
you.
make no sense.
But this doesn't,
Ends.
yeah, and this, to me, this is possibly going to lead, children, teenage, whatever, somebody to start running down there and, going down the dune and using that.
Yeah, 'cause it's there.
It's encouraging, that's how I feel anyway.
Yeah, and also, we definitely would need to have it laid out where it's going to be, plotted on
okay.
the survey.
I'll get that from them before, and then sort of bring it to you and let you know before we do it administratively.
Okay. Good. So I guess, board members, do we agree that, do we feel comfortable with it coming down? You guys chime in. Where do you feel comfortable with that boardwalk going?
I feel comfortable going down where the most traffic is going to be.
Which would be this U shape and this one, David, right?
Without the tail.
Yeah. Or just the major one, or this here too? They're from two different, let's see, they're from two different lots, so I guess it would be fair having it here. These people, I guess, are just going to have, what? How are these people getting to the
Well, they
beach?
do connect.
They
Let me,
connect.
let me grab
Oh,
the
they
other
connect, they
plan.
connect with that trail there, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's other stuff here. Let me grab it.
Right, okay.
So,
Can you see this, Terry, okay?
Yeah.
so there's kind of these outlines, John, on the trails out
Yeah,
where
they-
the boardwalk is going?
Yeah, I think, yeah,
What you looking for?
yeah, actually, I think you're right, that's
It
what they're
might be
trying,
clo-
but they
Look,
just, they didn't
that
call it
short
out.
line,
really.
line, 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 short line,
Yeah.
short line.
But they
Unless
really
there's
didn't
a-
call it out.
Yeah.
It's not, yeah,
Unless
it's not
delineated.
labeled.
Unless there's
Be
a
delineating
notation,
trail.
unless there's a,
We do, actually, we do.
Is it that one?
John, I think
It
it's in
might
that
be.
bin.
It's in the other one, yeah.
I think it's that right there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's, yeah, good, good.
There are markings on this survey, Eric.
Yeah.
Very faint markings on the survey.
Yeah, I know, that they have a little outline, but this will show you better.
Good.
That would be like a connection to it.
Right.
So we're,
So here's what we're talking about here.
So basically, the 4 lots,
right.
they're
Right,
joining here
Yeah,
yeah.
that's nice.
and then going down there.
So it seems like this would be,
Yeah, I
this would
mean-
really be fine, right? Just that one,
I agree, I think that's where
Right.
the most intense use over the engineered dune would be.
right?
That makes sense.
Right.
It's just
Yeah,
because,
so
I
you
guess
could,
because the
no,
trail's
so we just go,
existing.
just here.
So we would so what would we do with these existing trails then? When we I mean, if the trail exists, people, whether there's a boardwalk or not, people are gonna walk towards it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that it doesn't encourage as much traffic to come down here and start jumping down the dune, that's what
But the
I'm-
trail's existing, so it's still
Yeah.
cleared for a trail, and people are
Right.
still gonna use it
Right.
either way, unless it gets revegetated.
I just don't think, personally, I don't think they need the boardwalk on all of these trails.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm just saying
Right.
that, do we need to revegetate those older trails? That's the question. right?
That wasn't
What do you
approved
think?
as part of the sub-waiver. I mean, they did, most of these they had existing, so I mean,
Yeah,
they're doing
those
it
are
quite
done when they came
extensive.
forward.
They would,
Before the
yeah,
dune.
and I think we didn't talk about it at the public hearing, so.
Well, there was,
yeah,
it was actually still a resort at the time. so
Yeah,
That's
right,
why they were allowing
right.
for more access.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, though, in looking at this, that this makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Where they, all the trails
Converge,
converge,
yeah. And then we just leave the others to be natural trails where they can walk out and take a look at the view.
Sure.
Because they're there already, they exist.
Okay,
are.
Yeah.
that makes sense.
And,
All those ones in proximity with Bluff.
as we
Right.
did with the Hess property, would we ask them to remove that, during storms also?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's completely removable.
The bottom portion.
No, and also.
The bottom and the top portion.
Yeah, and-
Rollout.
Oh, the rollout. I don't know that that's gonna matter as much. I mean,
Where's the Seahawk line on it? 'Cause I know they took it up past the Seahawk line last time.
Yeah, is this, see how, way back here? No, that's Bluff
believe we're
Crest.
looking
Is it on
Yeah,
that
Right
one?
here, here it is, right here, in light gray.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
David?
I
Yeah.
think we took it back past to the Seahawk line is what we did on the Hess property, and that's what matched what the Nature Conservancy asked for us to do also.
that makes sense,
Mm-hmm.
then, to be consistent.
And since they're taking this out, it's not a major deal to roll that,
And it can be replaced anytime they want
right,
after the storm.
right.
It
Okay,
would
so-
make sense for
so we have a
for their own
consensus on-
costs for them to do that.
Sure.
Roy, you good with that?
I am.
I'm good.
Okay, thanks,
Montauk?
thanks, Eric. Okay, so we'll
Terry,
keep-
you
we'll
good
keep
with
that? I'm sorry, Terry, you good with that? Yeah, good, good. Good, so we'll keep that on the agenda for next week maybe, or whatever.
Oh, are we going to, well, are we going to make a motion to proceed administratively or no?
I'm fine with proceeding
I
administrative.
am good with that. with
So
that.
I think that's what,
That condition?
That's what it's on for.
I don't think that the applicants are going to object to that, but, I mean, I guess you can make a motion to administratively, and if they do, they're like their right to.
Come back. Right,
Let's get the ball rolling for them.
let's keep on, yeah.
okay.
So Terry, would you like to make that motion?
You're gonna make a motion to proceed
And
administrative.
yeah,
We're
this
going to
is,
make a motion to proceed administratively on the Montauk Colony LLC, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 300-32-6-1-14 at 40 DeForest Road, Montauk.
Second.
Concur.
Concur.
And I concur as well, as long as it's understood, Eric, what we've discussed, right?
Yep.
That you're going through. Right. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Do I recuse before or after you read it? And I don't remember having recused in such a long time.
I think you can just, after I start reading it in, it's fine. Well, you can recuse it. I'll just Okay. I can just say, once I gotta go. Okay, next on the agenda, we have, the applicant is Paddle Diva LLC, and Vice Chair Rogers is going to recuse on this application.
Yes, I'm just looking for a pen for Roy. Hold on a second. Nope. No.
You want to use one? You got one?
No.
Good, okay.
John, can I?
Of course.
Release me from my.
She gets locked in here.
I'm willing, I could bolt at any second.
Right. Okay. Our second public hearing this evening The applicant is Paddle Diva LLC. The lot size and location is 87,708 square feet at 219 Three Mile Harbor, Hog Creek Road, Springs, tax map number 300-77-5-11.3. Description is appeal of the determination of the principal building inspector dated March 30th, 2016 regarding definition of use. And this is in a waterfront district, waterfront zone, X500, and there we go. So, let's see. I'm sorry, yeah. So, yeah, counsel, please, do we have a proper affidavit of service and posting?
We have the affidavit of service and posting, appears that notice is proper.
Thank you. Now, did you do this before?
I'm covering.
Good, good, good. Okay, so Board Member Deline is covering on this as far as the field report. So Roy, if you want to go with your field report, thank you very much.
Sure, thank you, Board Chair. This is a photo taken across 3 Mile Harbor Road, looking at the Paddle Diva building, and the posting showing it's properly posted. Now, this is a photo standing in the entrance. That is the Paddle Diva office and building to the right, looking south. I scan over to the right to look at the property line to the west. And you can, there is a house on the other side, and if you can see underneath that tarp is right now is storage of other paddles that they have. This is looking at the front door of the Paddle Diva store. This is a building permit, and I think the dates go from, Beth, what is that, 04?
I saw, yeah, 2007 it goes,
It goes to 07, and it expires again in
2016 it said.
2016, so I just wanted to bring that.
Which is very strange to have.
Yeah, it's an open permit for
I
a
didn't
very
under-
long time. I'm
I didn't
not
understand.
sure.
For a dredging window.
Oh, that's
Oh,
what
it's
it
a
might have been.
dredging?
Oh, you're right, that's probably what it was, a 10-year permit, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I couldn't figure that out.
so now I'm looking north at the backside of the building. Scan over to the right a little bit. You can see the entrance as it comes in, looking towards 3 Mile Harbor. Now this is looking east at the parking lot. That's looking south towards the Marina. And that's not my photo. I wasn't able to fly that high.
You didn't take your jet.
No.
I don't know why it's in there. Can I look
Might
at
just be the numbering of it, you might wanna just keep going if he's got more photos. I
No,
only
that's
put,
it.
I put 3 things in
Oh, I think they merged or something.
it.
That's right, the aerial is good to keep also, yeah, that's good to keep up, thanks, Beth. Okay, board member, any questions for Roy?
No.
Okay, thank you, Roy. Okay, we have the agent for the applicant. Good evening, Rick.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Richard Whalen, I'm the attorney for the applicant, Paddle Diva LLC. And Mrs. Paddle Diva herself, Gina Bradley, is actually here tonight. This is, as you noted from the hearing notice, it's an appeal from a decision of the chief or the principal building inspector made on March 30th of 2016. The appeal concerns property known as the Shagwong Marina. Gina has a lease as Paddle Diva LLC from the current owner, which is Shagwong Marina Ventures, to conduct the business that she runs at this property. And she's run that business openly since 2012. What she does is she gives paddleboarding, stand-up paddleboarding instruction and guided tours, and also will rent paddleboards for people to go take their own tours if they're already proficient at paddleboarding. The business, as I indicated, ran through 2012, through 2013, 2014 is obviously seasonal, predominantly summer business. And it wasn't until August of 2015 that the town suddenly indicated that it thought there might be something wrong about this business. And she was given a notice of violation. The notice of violation, oddly enough, was for the change of an office to a retail store. And I'll have more about that later. What Gina did then was to hire an attorney, it was not me, and she made an application for site plan approval to the planning board. Eventually, the planning board wound up saying, well, what is the use anyway? and they referred the matter to the building department, and the principal building inspector rendered her decision in a memo, as I said, dated March 30th, 2016. You should have, I know I submitted with the application, you should have a copy of that memo. The memo itself is not a model of clarity. And what I'm going to do, actually, I have a couple of things that I would like, Gina will hand them up to you, but a couple of things I would like you to see. One of the first things is, yes, a memo from Eric Shands to the planning board that basically clarifies, if you will, the memo that the principal building inspector wrote. And Eric apparently had a verbal conversation as well with Ann Glennon, which also helped to clarify things. So we're just going to hand up that memo.
Thank you.
And I guess while you're doing it, I do have 3 photographs. I have photos, 2 of them showing the office/retail space, so you might as well have that as well, and one of the marina itself, of the boat basin.
Thank you.
And actually, to further make things easy for you, because this involves code interpretation stuff, I'm going to give you copies of the relevant sections of the code that I'm going to refer to. There are 3 of them.
I'll take 2. Sure, thanks.
Thank you.
Ladies first.
So what happened is the Ann Glennon, principal building inspector, rendered her decision. Eric Shands spoke with her, kind of clarified it further in a memo. He wrote to the planning board. The bottom line is what Ann said, in effect, 2 things. She concluded that the paddle boarding operation that Gina Bradley runs is somehow a different use from the marina use, which she didn't really directly address it, but impliedly she said that, and that it's not a use that's found in the code. And of course, if you're a use not listed in the zoning code, then you're not an allowed use. A use that is different from anything found in the zoning use table is not a permitted use. And therefore, based upon that, the town attorney who was advising the planning board at the time, I think he was sitting in lieu of the regular planning board attorney, told the planning board that because the building inspector had found that this was not a listed use, it was prohibited, and therefore the board could not approve it. Hence this appeal. A subsidiary decision that Ann made in her memo was that the retail store was a separate use and would have required site plan approval. Both of those determinations are wrong. And the logical chain is really not that complicated. It's pretty simple. The zoning code, there are really only 3 definitions I need to refer you to, and I gave you copies of all of them and I highlighted them. The zoning code has a definition of marina. There is a subset of the marina definition called a recreational marina. And then separately, not in the zoning code, there's a definition of boat or vessel, which is found in chapter 246, waterways or boats of the town code. So let's start with the top. Let's start with marina. The very first sentence of the definition of marina, which is of course a permitted use on this property. This is a waterfront zone property. The definition of marina starts with the sentence, a marina is a facility for the berthing and fueling of any type of watercraft not prohibited by chapter 246, waterways and boats of this code. Later on in that definition, I think I highlighted as well, the definition also says specifically, one on-site tackle shop and or marine supply store shall also be permitted, evidently as an accessory use. So as I said, marina allows the use of any type of watercraft that the town code in the waterways chapter doesn't prohibit. And the waterways chapter obviously allows stand-up paddle boards and a host of other things.
No, pardon me, but no, I believe this is a recreational marina,
I'm going to come to that definition.
which is a separate definition.
It's a subset of marina. A recreational marina is still a marina, but it's a different kind of marina.
But it's not a subset, and from the code here, it's not a subset.
It is, John, because the second word in the definition of recreational marina is the word marina. So it's a marina. So it does refer you back to the definition of
And
marina.
just for clarity, in the original planning board determination, what are they calling it?
The planning board didn't call it anything because the planning board asked the building department to tell the board what the use was. And the building inspector wrote back and said,
No,
well,
before that, the marina, what is the classification? of the marina?
it is a marina. There was a C of O issued in 2006, and I knew a new one, I think, actually, there was another C of O issued this year for some bulkheading work. Let me tell you, I have the C of O. I'll tell you what it says. There was a 2007 C of O. It's not going to be quite as helpful as you might think it would be, because this is the way the building department sometimes writes their C of Os. The occupancy for which the certificate is issued is 506 square foot first floor, 506 square foot second floor, Group U bathroom structure with accessory office and storage area on second floor, and 44 space parking area, pump out station, and existing boat basin with replacement of 207 linear feet of existing bulkhead. In other words, they don't actually mention
2007?
207
It's not
linear
listed
feet.
in the BP
I
history.
think it's misdated. It should be 2007. It's 11106 where it is. I think it's just misdated.
You're talking about the linear footage or the date of
If you look
the?
at the chronological order here, there's some,
It's 11106, I think the CO 22431.
but above it,
Hold on.
1807.
The certificate of occupancy, oh, you're looking at the building schedule?
The BP history.
The last full C of O, I believe, is 1/11/2007. Let me see if that corresponds to what we have here.
Building card says 2006. That's the difference. It must be a typo.
Group U.
10/5/2005. Yeah, I'm seeing it there. 1/11/06.
Sorry, Rick, you were reading from the C of O?
Yeah,
What? Can
it
you
says-
reread that again, please?
Yep. So this is C of O number 23536. Is that the one, Beth, in there?
No.
No?
Later one, all right. C of O 23536, issue date of 1/11/2007. And the occupancy for which is issued is 506 square foot first floor, 506 square foot second floor, Group U bathroom structure with accessory office and storage area on second floor, 44 space parking area, pump out station, existing boat basin, and then it mentions replacement of 207 linear feet of existing bulkhead.
Okay, that's the 11106.
So the
On the
number
same
and the
one?
date's different, but that's what
All right,
that's
so,
what it says.
and the C of O numbers are different too?
Yeah.
So, Rick, just to go back, for those who don't have this sheet,
Unless they issued it to a new owner, that maybe,
you
when
know what, I think
Shagwong
they
Marina
did.
Ventures came into play, it just
They
might have been reissued. to a
repeated,
new
if you
owner.
look at the 2005 CO, it's the same number. I think it's just a typo.
Rick,
Okay,
just to
so
go
we
back
got
to,
it, we
oh, I'm
got it.
sorry, you got, just to go back to my point, for those who don't have this list here, that you handed in, it's basically an alphabetized definitions from the town code, and you're saying it's a subset, but I'll just mention that we go from manufactured home park, we go to marina, we go to marina power pedestals, and then we go to marina recreational, and then we go to mean sea level.
Strictly alphabetical.
Exactly.
Marina power
So
pedestal.
marina, my point is, the marina, the way it's listed, a marina recreational is a separate definition from marina.
Yes, it is, John.
And I'll read that just for those who don't have this in front. A marina whose use is limited to recreational boats. Licensed charter fishing boats and commercial fishing boats up to 60 feet in length may be accommodated, but other vessels of any description which require a license from the United States Coast Guard to operate shall be prohibited.
That is,
I think the recreational marina limits is a limited marina, so.
That's what I'm
it's-
saying, that's what I'm getting
It's a
at,
marina, but it's limited by size of boats,
to the
but
definition
it's
that I
still a
just read.
it's still a marina.
Right,
but
I
then
agree,
There's additional limitations on that marina.
exactly.
yes, I don't know that we have a disagreement here. Let me explain what I think it says. by way of background, I'll add a little bit more about this. These definitions go back to the modern zoning code, the zoning code that you deal with today. Okay, it's now called Chapter 255 of the zoning code. That was enacted in December 1984. All right, before that, we didn't have a code, we had a zoning ordinance adopted not by local law, but by zoning ordinance. So the modern zoning code was enacted in December 1984. I interned in the town attorney's office starting the following summer, the next 2 summers when I was in law school. So I was dealing with the zoning code within 6 months of its enactment. The reason that there are 2 definitions of the code, obviously this had to do primarily with Montauk. There were different types of marinas in Montauk. There were some very large commercial marinas, and then there were some smaller ones, and the town board wanted to have a control on those. So the recreational marinas prohibited, and the only real difference, John, it is a subset and it's a limitation. A recreational marina is a more limited form of marina, but the limitation is in I think it's the second sentence of the definition. It says that licensed charter fishing boats and commercial fishing boats, effectively it says, are prohibited if they're greater than 60 feet in length.
Right.
So that was the
But it
difference.
also does
what
not,
you're
it
saying
also
is
does
if-
not include, pardon me, Roy, it also does not include some of the other things that the marina does, such as, well, it
Well,
says,
no, it's a marina, so it includes all watercraft allowed by Chapter 246, except charter fishing vessels and commercial fishing vessels that are more than 60 feet in length. That's the only thing. That and any other licensed Coast Guard vessel, which obviously does not apply to our situation.
but what my point is, and I won't belabor this anymore, but under marina, it says one on-site tackle shop and/or marine supply store shall also be permitted. It does not say that under marina recreational.
That's because marina recreational is still a marina. It starts with marina,
If you
and
look
then
at
it
says
takes
a
things
marina.
out.
So that's what I think we're trying to connect that dot.
Right.
And you're connected
Okay,
that
well,
dot
hold on
already,
for now.
so.
Yeah, a recreational marina is a marina. There are restrictions, but they wouldn't need to repeat the right to have, notice it also says you're allowed a single-family residence or apartment on a marina. That would be true for a recreational marina, too. That's the way I interpret the code.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the way I would.
So what you're saying a recreational marina is a marina with limited use?
Yes. Limited in that it can't have commercial boats more than 60 feet in length.
Can it refuel?
Sure, because fueling is allowed in marina.
So again, just.
That this marina may not refuel, but there are recreational marinas elsewhere in East Hampton that can refuel.
Well, I'll jump back and say, I would argue that if we look at the definition of marina, where it says one single-family residence or apartment for the owner or manager or as an accessory use shall be permitted if the subject lot area is at least 84,000 square feet. And then it says one on-site tackle shop and/or marine supply store shall also be permitted. It does not say that under marina recreational, and I don't know if we are to infer that that is allowed under marina recreational. It wouldn't seem like it to me. It seems to me that marina recreational is a smaller marina that is a marina for sure because it's accommodating boats, but then it's listed out what that marina is and what it's limited to.
John, many places in the definitional section of the zoning code, a term is defined, and then that term is often used elsewhere in other definitions. What you're saying is if the word marina appears in the definition of recreational marina, you don't have to look to the definition of marina to find out what that is. I mean, it starts by saying it's a marina. What's a marina? A marina, to find out what a marina is, you have to look to the definition of marina, and that is a facility for the berthing and fueling of boats.
So you
That's
would
what it
feel that
starts
this,
with.
you would feel, let me just finish, Roy, sorry. You would feel that if this lot size were greater than 84,000, this recreational marina could have a residence and an
Oh, yeah,
apartment?
sure. I mean, that's not the issue before us today.
Right.
And I'm not even sure, remember this one, I'll talk about this later. This property went through a subdivision initiated by the then owner, who's now a neighbor and is opposing Gina's application. But the neighbor was the owner and the subdivider of this property. And I know a bit about that, and I'll talk about that later.
So what you're saying, based on your argument, you're saying that a recreational marina is limited based on the definition saying, it's really based on the size of the boat, and that's it?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
That's your argument?
Yes, yeah. You can't have large commercial fishing vessels. You can't have large charter vessels at a small marina, at a recreational marina. But other than that, you can accommodate all other watercraft. And remember, we're not talking at the high end, we're talking at the other end here. The issue is, for us, is can you have small personal watercraft? And the particular issue before you today is stand-up paddleboards, but whatever decision you make will apply equally as well to kayaks, to windsurf boards, to rowing sculls or rowing shells, and there's probably other, personal watercraft out there, human-powered or wind-powered, that I'm not even thinking about, that are portable and that you boat, you use for boating. So a marina allows all kinds of boats unless they're otherwise prohibited by the code. And the third definition that I gave you is the definition of boat or vessel from Chapter 246, and that's a very short definition. Chapter 246 defines vessel, boat by saying includes every description of watercraft, and then it has in parentheses, including windsurf boards, which of course are very similar to an stand-up paddleboard, or other contrivance used or capable of being used as a means of transportation in the water or in the air. So what we have, what Gina uses, are boats. They're boats under the town code definition. There are also boats or vessels under the Coast Guard, United States Coast Guard definition. In 2008, the U.S. Coast Guard, on a request from, I think it was the Stand-Up Paddleboard Association of the United States, made a determination that stand-up paddleboards, in fact, are vessels, which gave them some stature under the navigation law. It also meant that operators of stand-up paddleboards have to wear life vests. They have to have a navigation light. It could be a flashlight. They have to have a means of oral or verbal warning, such as a whistle, things like that. They're subject to certain boating requirements. But stand-up paddleboards are considered vessels by the U.S. Coast Guard. They're considered vessels or boats under the town waterways chapter of the code. They're boats. And our argument is a very simple one, therefore. A marina is for boats. We're doing a boating activity. The issue might come up, well, okay, it's a commercial activity, okay? Can you have commercial activities at a recreational marina? Well, first of all, let's remember, to begin with, a recreational marina is still a business. The person who runs this marina, he rents out slips. And even the people who rent those slips or otherwise are using the property can conduct businesses. And we know that from the definition of recreational marina, because it says if you're under 60 feet, you can have charter fishing boats and you can have even commercial fishing boats. Just for the heck of it, I went to the Viking Fleet's website to find out the size of some of the Viking Fleet boats and what their capacities are. Remember, you can have vessels in this property that are charter fishing or charter sailing boats. One of the photographs, I don't think Gina's handed out the photographs yet. Oh, did you? Yes, you did. The photograph of the boat basin, I took a photograph there. There's a charter sailboat that operates out of the boat basin. But a charter fishing boats, for example, the Viking Fleet, their smallest boats are the Viking, like the Viking Star Riper, I think it is, and the Viking Gulf Star. Both are 65 feet in length, so they're only 5 feet longer than would be allowed here. And one of them, the Gulf Star, accommodates 65 passengers on day trips, and the Viking Star Riper is licensed for 72 passengers. So you can see that if somebody wanted to have, 3, 4, 6, charter fishing boats of 50 foot in length, you could have a fairly intense business here. That's allowed.
How would you explain this, Rick, under Marina Recreational, where it says, but other, just for clarity for all of us, I'm interested in how you would interpret this, but other vessels of any description which require a license from the United States Coast Guard to operate shall be prohibited.
I actually don't know what that means, because I'm not sure what other vessels require licenses.
Tonnage.
That's right.
It all goes by tonnage.
That's what I was thinking.
By
yeah.
tonnage? So the only thing that was relevant to me, of course, is that I knew it didn't apply to stand-up paddleboards, but I didn't really understand what they were getting at. But I guess what David's indicating, above a certain size, you must be, a licensed vessel. And I don't know what that break point is.
They might not want oil barges or something like that, or,
Like,
Gross registered tonnage or something like that?
like Morgan has he has 100 ton, 200 ton.
Oh, right.
Coast Guard,
Yeah. Licenses for all those.
yeah.
it may be trying to prohibit things like oil barges and.
Yeah, certain types of larger, maybe probably commercial type vessels are not allowed.
Okay,
So there are
well-
definitely restrictions on recreational marina, and no dispute about that. But what I'm saying is a recreational marina is still a marina, and a marina is for boats. Clearly under the code, all kinds of smaller boats. That's what we have. She's doing boating at a marina. Just so you understand, if boating of this type is not allowed at marinas, and again, I don't think there's a distinction for the purpose of what Gina does between a regular marina and although that term isn't used, but a marina per se, or a recreational marina. Suppose the zoning board said, no, you can't have stand-up paddleboards at this marina. Well, that means you couldn't have stand-up paddleboards or anything similar to it at any marina in the town of East Hampton. That would leave these kind of operations to be conducted solely on public beaches. You can't legally conduct them on a waterfront residential lot, right? And if you can't conduct them in a waterfront lot with a marina, then you literally couldn't have any kind of a small boating operation, for tours or instruction or anything like that, unless you're doing it at a public beach end. Public beach ends and public road ends are allowed. Gina actually has a permit from the town to do that. They allow her to go to places like Landing Lane and Accabonac or Hands Creek Landing on 3 Mile Harbor, and she could put in there for an annual fee, and she can do instructions there. But what she chose to do was to come to a private marina, figuring that was a better way to conduct business. She's not interfering with public, public road end or landing place or public beach, and that's how she operated. And so our position is that's an allowable use.
I have a few questions, if you please. Well, for one, when this was approved, as you know, Rick, it was approved by the parking and sanitary based on the number of slips and the parking that's there. And the number of slips would mean the number of vessels would equate to 1 slip per vessel.
Right.
I mean, granted, a boat can have a dinghy that goes out with it like that. So there's no accommodation for parking with regard to all these new vessels that are now at this facility. That's one. I'll let you answer these. I'll list them all for you, okay? Number 2, this facility gives yoga classes, and on the website they list things like heated hot vinyasa, heated, and I'm wondering where. There's yoga class. I know on their website they give yoga classes out on the paddle boards, but heated vinyasa and things like that, or heated rooms.
Heated what?
It's a.
Not true, I don't offer.
You have to do that.
It's on your website. Well, I can show it. I actually asked. Would you mind, Eric? I asked Eric to
Sure.
print something out.
Just at the microphone.
I asked Eric to print some stuff out from the website.
I can just tell you.
No, you can't speak from there. I'm sorry. You can speak, but you have to.
Wait
You're welcome to speak, but you just have to come up to the. Yeah, would you bring it up? Then I'll just stamp it in. Thank you. That's all right. I'll put it into the record. So these are listing of some of the classes that are offered. Beach fitness and paddle. These are all listed for the Shagwong. The location is all at the Shagwong Marina, I believe, in all of these. Some of them are Gurney's beachfront. Let's see if I have the location correct where I saw that. I should have underlined it. Just give me a minute, please. Yeah, no, I'll get it. I know I should have highlighted it when I was looking at it earlier. Let's see. Many of these are simply stand-up paddleboard beginners, paddle beach fitness and paddle.
Rick, while the chairman
Okay,
goes-
yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. I'll have to come back to this.
Group
Yeah.
U bathroom? What else?
Group U is referring to the state building code.
Okay, what other uses
I
are,
also have a letter that I should read into.
what other uses can be in a group U bathroom?
Well, actually, I have the floor plans, and I'll address that.
No, I'm just looking for what other uses could be in a group U bathroom.
I think Group U refers to, Roy might actually know, it's probably the building style, I
I
think.
know in a previous appeal, a Group B office came up, and there's different uses that can be used in a Group B office, so I didn't know there was something with a Group U
No.
bathroom that it's more specific to a marina
Well, let me-
or not.
I'll give you the floor plans, because I can tell you what this building, how it originated. And, John, I think I can sort of answer your question without, you going through all those things.
Well, I know I saw it somewhere, and I'm annoyed if I didn't print the right thing out or circle it. I may find it. I believe I saw heated vinyasa for a yoga class.
All right, but let me
Well, I'll just
address it,
finish,
because
and
it
then-
may become moot.
Well, hold on a second. I'll get back to that if I see it. And then Roy wants to read something into the record as well. But my other thought is, so the issue here again is just some concerns that you can address. Parking, these vessels don't have a slip that's allotted for in the parking, and as you know, the sanitary calculations are based on that as well. And it's maybe you'll want to address the idea of the use of yoga classes. And I noticed from visiting the site and looking at your survey that the classes are held, or I'm not, right now, currently this evening, the paddle boards are stored off property down on the beach. And I'm wondering if that's where the beach classes are held, or if they're held on some other facility in the site or somewhere else in the site. And that also might be a trustee's issue. But again, maybe you want to address the use as far as the marina of giving, let me just finish, of giving yoga classes, because you may know that this board recently denied an application for the Surf Lodge to give yoga classes to the public on their outside deck. And I'm wondering if you can discern the difference between public coming in to do yoga classes at this facility and the Surf Lodge that we just denied.
No, and I don't think I need to. The only thing that I'm here alleging that Gina has the right to do is to conduct boating-type activities, such as stand-up paddleboarding lessons and tours. Now, I'll let Gina address this. I'm sure she has more information than I do about, what her operations are, but she does do other activities on other properties. She has from time to time launched at different town launching ramps. She's given lessons at other property. Gurney's Inn is mentioned there. She may do things elsewhere. So the fact that her website, for example, indicates she does other activities that aren't strictly speaking boating, that might be conducted elsewhere. I am not saying that she has the right to conduct yoga exercises on this property. That's not a boating activity. So if that occurs, she can possibly do it elsewhere, because her business doesn't have to just function on this land. But she's not in any way suggesting that she has the right to do yoga or other exercise classes on this property. It's not part of our application. That's not part of the appeal. So that's why.
We received a letter dated Monday, September 26th, from a neighbor, Terrell Marks. And I'll just read this into the minutes, into the record. Dear Chairman Whalen, as a resident of 235 3 Mile Harbor Hot Creek Highway, a private road off highway to the harbor, house number 11 Ingalls Road, I see the Paddle Diva business operations all day long. Our home, which my husband has owned since 1973, sits on the harbor 3 residences away from where the Paddle Diva stores as well, launches the stand-up paddle boards. With regard to this operation, there are 4 points that disqualify Paddle Diva from operating a recreational marina as defined by the addendum to the appeal filed by Paddle Diva on May 23rd, 2016. Number 1, in support of the memo from Ann Glennon stating that one use of the property is a retail store, I submit a photograph of the front of the store showing merchandise for sale displayed in the tent on the lawn. And she includes,
Yes,
right?
that I did see.
Oh, you've seen this?
Well, I did, but what I got from the zoning board today, it ends at the first page. Do you have any more text?
Right, so I'll read these in, that's why I'll read it in.
Okay, because I asked Ellen DiPaola, she was not able to give me, she said there was nothing else. She had photographs, but it ended at page 1.
Okay, number 2, additionally, a use of the marina property other than for waterborne paddling instruction and tours is an on-site advertises yoga, is on the website advertises yoga studio, which might be, in fact, according to the below screenshot of the Paddle Diva website, is the largest floating yoga studio on the east end. These classes are conducted in the harbor with SUPs attached to a rope held by floats. The rope is held in place by weight dropped at the bottom of the harbor. Classes are conducted at the end of the jetty where boats exit and enter the Shagwong Marina. See attached video below. I don't have attached video. The exercises are actually not yoga, but are more like an aerobics class with shouting instructions, countdowns, and motivation statements as exercise instructions won't want to do. This is not a recreational marine activity. So it appears that there's yoga going there.
I don't have 2, 3, or 4. Let me just say these things. I only saw through point 1. That was the first time, that photograph is the first time I saw that there was outdoor display of merchandise. That's not allowed. I've had a discussion with Gina. She can't have outdoor display.
Photographs of that, you know that.
Can't, it's not allowed.
Right.
I mean, going forward, it's not allowed. What she has is 117 square foot retail space. It's the accessory, it's a marine supply store under the code. I'll give you copies of these are the first floor and second floor plans of the building as it exists.
And were they permitted that way when it was first permitted?
Yes.
All of those buildings, the laundry, the bathrooms, the office, the
Yes,
store?
I believe that's the approved site plan.
Okay.
For that the planning board.
Thank you.
Approved in, I think, maybe 2002. I'd have to go back to the building card. But that plan has, now I've got to find my copy of what I just gave you.
I have one right here. You can take another one here.
Oh, I think let me see if I have it here. I'll take yours.
6/6/2002.
So, the building was constructed, if I remember correctly, after Shagwong was subdivided. And it's or in conjunction with it, more or less. The thing was afterwards. It's in the building card. It's basically a bathroom facility for the people who use the marina. Most of the space, as you can see on the first floor, is occupied by showers and bathrooms. A small corner is occupied by a laundry, and then there was a very small corner in the southwestern portion of the building, southeastern portion, that has been the office and today is used as sort of an office marine supply store. And I enumerated in my submission what Gina sells there. She sells merchandise directly related to paddleboarding and nautical activities. So it's a marine supply store. It's permitted as a right, and it's tiny. If you look at the plans, it's roughly 9 foot by 13 feet. And I gave you photographs. This is a completely inconsequential activity that's allowed as of right, whether she's there or someone else is there. If Shagwong Marina wants to sell merchandise in that space, they're perfectly entitled to do it.
Although it's called an office.
It was an office when it was built. Apparently, they didn't sell merchandise there. But an accessory use doesn't require any change of use. If you want to go in and convert that office to start selling merchandise, you can do it. You're allowed to do it as a right, accessory to the marina use.
The owner of the marina?
The owner of the marina could sell merchandise there if they wanted
Or
to sell.
tenant of the marina?
I'm sorry?
Owner or tenant of the marina?
Either. The reason the owner doesn't use the office is because the owner is Ben Krupinski, and he's got another facility, East Hampton Point, in which all of the office operations are consolidated. So they don't have any reason. It's their second marina. They don't really have a reason to have an office operation here. So that's what I can tell you about this building. It was built basically as a bathroom facility. With regard to the things that are mentioned in that letter, as I said, I'm not here to argue that fitness exercise, activities are allowed at this property. I don't think they are. You can do boating. The applicant is allowed, the appellant is allowed to do launch paddleboards, instruct people in the water, launch off there and go paddleboarding. That's what I'm here for. If anything else is being conducted or is conducted in the future, I'm not going to argue that that's permissible.
Now, what about two things? One, I'd just be curious, where these are vessels and the parking requirements that are associated with the slips and the boats that were permitted there?
Okay, so you're getting into a bit of a sore point for me.
Well, and also the sanitary. Obviously, people coming there to use these vessels are not the people that are, the building was based on the number of slips for the sanitary facility there, and the people that are coming for classes every hour, or every, whatever, for 1 hour classes and that sort of thing, do not have boats at the slip, at the marina, I imagine. And I'm sure they could easily be using the sanitary facilities. Maybe you can comment on that?
Obviously, Gina can tell how much they actually, remember that the people that go there typically come for classes of about an hour or 2 hours. So they're not there very long. Do some of them use the bathroom? I assume so. I'll let Gina speak to that. The health department, and you, John, you know this very well, the health department has fairly generic standards based upon certain use classifications that tell you, based on studies they've done, how much wastewater should be anticipated at a type of use. When it comes to Marina, they base those in the number of slips.
Yes.
Whether they account for the fact that they may be ancillary small boat operations, I have no idea. Remember, when you're dealing with the number of slips, you don't even know the size of the boats that could be in those slips. That rule applies equally as well to a very large marina in Montauk as it would to a very small, recreational marina such as Shagwong. The variability in boat size would seem to be the main issue. Because, as I said, you could have boats up to 60 feet. They could be greater than 60 feet if they were purely for private recreational use, and assuming that they would be able to navigate the boat basin.
So my point is, though, as far as I understand, the calculations were based on the number of slips, and it's obvious that there's these, when you look at the slips and you go to the marina, there's one boat in each slip. Whereas if these are vessels and you may have 30 of them, or it looks like there's about 30 or so between the ones on the beach, the ones that are wrapped behind the building, the ones that are upstairs, might be 30 of them there. Therefore, you could have 30 different people coming in and using the facilities, and therefore using the sanitary facilities.
And in a typical sport fishing boat, such as might be berthed there, you might have the owner and 6 of his friends coming and boating on there. So, we're comparing apples to oranges here. I don't have an answer for you. As far as I'm concerned, this is something that the health department doesn't directly address, or maybe they do, and they feel that it's already encompassed by their code. It really, I understand what your point is, John, but it's not really germane to the issue before you, which is not supposed to be outcome determinative. It's simply supposed to be, what does the code say? And I understand. Now, let me just talk about the parking thing, because that's another kind of an outcome determinative question. Mm-hmm. I was the planning board attorney for a long time. Okay, well, I was the planning board attorney on numerous occasions. I asked the planning department.
You were the planning board attorney on this property?
No, not, well, I was the planning board attorney when this was subdivided. I'll come to that, yes. This was subdivided in around 2000.
One moment.
What?
He was the-
It comes down to information gained when he was a town employee on a particular property.
If he was the town attorney on the planning board when this was before the planning board?
He didn't make, I don't.
Not this use, the subdivision of the property. It's not the same matter. Okay. But what I'm trying to say is, the town has had a use table that dates back to the original 1984 code. It is a parking schedule that dates back to the original 1984 code. The predominant commercial building in the town of East Hampton, for example, is called service commercial. It's the most common commercial building. Do we have a parking requirement for service commercial in our code? No, we don't. All right? When 32 years go by and you don't update your code and you don't update your parking schedule, you're going to fall out of line. Okay? You're not keeping up with times. There are uses, commercial uses, that you will not find anymore in the town of East Hampton. In the last 30 years, how many travel agencies open today?
Haberdashery.
Okay? Haberdashery. There are uses that you will not find in you'll find them in our zoning code. They're still in the use table. The other side of that coin is there are changes in uses that come along that we don't accommodate. So I understand,
That's
John.
not our role, though.
Exactly. Sorry, say again.
That's not our role.
That's right. It's not your role to decide,
What
whether.
should be,
Well, your role today is to
interpret
decide.
the code.
Right, and to find out whether or not this is an allowed use. If you start to say, geez, if we find it's an allowed use, it can have other consequences because the town board didn't really account for it. Well, that's the town board's job. They need to keep the code up to date. And, Gina will speak anyway to the use to which the property is put, the amount of parking on the property. What she has told me is that she's never been there on a day, at least in the last year, when all the parking spaces are filled. The marina does not operate at full volume all the time. There may be 42 slips, but the number of boats that are being actually used at one point in time is relatively small. There's no real parking issue. That's our view. Were there a real parking issue? Well, we had an application before the planning board. She did have an application before the planning board that proposed additional grass parking. If the town wanted us to, we would be willing to do that. We'd rather not, but if the town felt that it was there was a need for additional grass surface parking, she'd put in grass surface parking. But right now, she feels with the existing surface parking on the property, there's no parking issue.
So let me ask you this, Rick, with regard, getting back to the marina, the definitions here. I'm looking to see where it says anything about leasing, renting vessels, and I want you to, if we all agree that a paddleboard is a vessel, were this business to start leasing 18-foot, Boston whalers, where 20 different people who don't have slips here are coming in and leasing a Boston whaler and dropping it in the water for the day and coming out. What's the difference here between that?
Not prohibited. It's not.
And
If the owner wants to invest in a bunch of Boston whalers, put them in his slips. There's no boat launching ramp there.
Yeah, but there's no slips for this. And where does it say in here that leasing boats is prohibited with a boatyard, with a marina?
Where does it say it's prohibited? It doesn't.
No, where does it say it is allowed in the
If
definition?
it's not prohibited, it's allowed. If the town wants to prohibit something, they have to say that. That which is not prohibited is allowed. So all the code definition says is that you can use boats at the marina. It doesn't say whose boats they have to be.
It says a facility for the berthing and fueling
Yes.
of watercraft.
Right, that's right, the berthing, which implies the right to sail them off out of the marina,
And they're
out into the water.
normally they're berthed in slips, and I'm getting at the count of boats, and then I'm going back to that. A vessel is normally berthed in a slip in the water.
That's correct, John.
Dry storage for vessels too. That, we did that in 3 Mile Harbor Marina too. And they came in recently too.
Right.
Two comments on that, if I may.
Yeah.
I did actually go to the trouble of looking up definitions of berthing and berth. And I looked at Merriam-Webster Dictionary.com. Where else did I look? Wikipedia. Hang on a second. Oxford English Dictionary. The word berth can be used in a variety of ways. It can be a place to moor a vessel, a sleeping place in a ship, plane, or train, an accommodation for a ship or boat not necessarily in the water, a job or position, a title, a position on a sports team, a space for an automotive vehicle at rest, etc. There's many uses. As far as I'm concerned, if they are taking the paddleboards out of the water and putting them on a rack upland, they're berthing them.
No, but it goes on to say the term marina shall not include the term boatyard, nor include out-of-water boat storage, restaurant, or repair facilities.
Out-of-water boat storage means seasonal storage of vessels that are, this takes us back to the original code. In Montauk, and at least in a couple places in 3 Mile Harbor, examples would be, Harbor Marina in 3 Mile Harbor or Montauk Marine Basin, there are uses which a good part of their business is to store vessels in the wintertime, in the off-season, on the upland. Russell Stein, who wrote the code, the 1984 code, made a clear distinction between a boatyard and a marina, because boatyard has a lot of other impacts. There are visual impacts from the upland storage. There are space impacts. You have large cradles that those boats, typically, fishing and sailing yachts go on. There's machinery that
But are we not
transports them.
storing, are we not
So,
storing?
no, to my mind, if you're taking the boat out of the water each day and putting it on a rack, you're not storing it. That's not storage to me.
What is it?
It's berthing it. It's setting it. You don't leave small vessels like that are not left in the water. And you know that. They're not commonly left in the water. You're not going to leave a kayak, tied up in the water. You bring it on shore.
Well, they're stored right now under a wrap, and I was there this evening, and they're stored.
There were two racks.
They're stored on the beach, and they're stored not on the property of this facility right now as we
What do you mean,
speak.
not on the property?
They're not on the property. If you look, they're not on the property. They're on the beach, and that portion of the beach. And if you look at the survey, a major portion of the bulkheads at the water edge, and the grassed areas with the picnic tables and all, and the beaches there's some that are stored off the property on the beach, and there are others that are stored and wrapped up for the winter between the building
On the property line.
and between the building and the street.
But there's
Right
a
where
rack.
it's the second floor deck.
Right, there's a rack adjacent to the main building, and then there's a rack on the beach.
That's what I'm telling you.
right?
That looks like
I'm not
storage
going to
to me.
concede, I'm not conceding that Ben Krupinski doesn't own that beach.
You're what?
I'm not conceding. I know what the survey shows. That doesn't mean that the upland owner doesn't own the beach. The survey shows a tie line.
Right.
To where does the typical upland owner usually own? To the mean high water line. The mean high water line is not shown where the tie line
In
is.
Three Mile Harbor also?
Yes, the mean high water line is shown right here. And these are stored,
We're
okay.
getting a little,
I'm not-
we're getting a little
Yeah, with the
tricky right now.
trustees.
Right, I'm not going
Yeah.
to go any further than that.
Yeah, I think we should
okay?
stay away from this.
I'm not going to go any further than
Okay,
that.
but my point is
all I didn't,
storage.
I'm not saying who owns the beach. All I'm saying is you can't assume from the survey who the owner of the beach is. That's a separate issue, which I really don't think is germane to
Should
your
we ask the
question.
lawyer of the trustees? That's what I'm thinking.
maybe
We
we'll-
should stay
I
away from
can't,
this
I
one.
can't touch it. I can't
understand.
touch the issue from either side.
Right. So let's get back to the storage, though.
So what I was saying, John, about,
Not the storage on the beach, but the storage that they're wrapped and they're stored for the winter up between.
I stored, all right, let me just address this, and I started with the definition of marina, all right? Our contention is very simple, that this is a marina. And a marina, under the definition in the code, a marina includes a facility which allows the use of any type of watercraft not prohibited by the Waterways and Boats chapter of the code. So if you want to conclude that, if you were to conclude that by taking the paddle boards out of the water, we're doing upland storage and we're a boatyard, then in effect, what you would do, John, is you would say that all small watercraft are not allowed at marinas in the town. Am I correct? Paddleboards, kayaks, windsurf boards, sailfish, sunfish, all right? Rowing sculls, they're not left in the water. They're all man-portable, and when you finish using them, you take them out and put them upland. If you want to conclude that that constitutes the operation of a boatyard, I can't stop you, but it's illogical, and it's contrary to, in my view, good policy in terms of waterfront usage in the town.
So what is storage then? Boat storage, if that's.
Boat storage, to me, is seasonal storage. That, I think, is what Russell Stein had in mind when he came up with the definition of boatyard. You have a boatyard, you're using a lot of space. Oftentimes, that is space that's used during the summertime for the parking of customers' vehicles. Look at the big marinas, the big
I
boatyard
understand
marinas in
that.
Montauk.
This is not a boatyard, though.
It's not a boatyard.
That's what I'm getting, my point is.
Okay, and we're not conducting,
And you're
we're not
storing,
doing
and
storage.
boats are being stored there.
No, that's not our view. I don't view removing the surfboard from the water for the day or for the weekend until it's used the next time to be storage. Now, if you want to disagree, you can
Okay,
disagree.
I'll let you,
but-
we'll leave that.
But all I'm saying
And we'll
is,
let other people speak. I'll let you
you know,
go on.
you have to consider the consequences of that, because whatever decision you make doesn't just apply here. It applies throughout the town.
That's correct.
That's correct. We'll let you go on.
Okay.
Well, you finished? It's been a long time. Maybe there's probably some other people that would like to speak as well. And you can come back. Would you like to get up? Sure.
I'm Gina Bradley. I am the proud owner of Paddle Diva. I started the business in 2009 with the express intention of making paddleboarding, which I saw was going to be a sport on the rise, accessible to people in the Hamptons, because we have such pristine, beautiful waterways. I saw there was a need to have a unified business on the East End amongst other vendors who I do also know about and work closely with to make paddleboarding safe, to make it a wonderful experience for summer residents and visitors, which is pretty much the way we all make our money. And I started Paddle Diva with the intention of opening up people's minds to standing on the water, to understand the issues that affect all of us with our waters. When I moved to the Shagwan Marina, I was really excited to get off your public beaches and legitimize my existence, because I felt like it was important to pay into the town by having the right kinds of insurance, to pay with a lease, not to clutter up the traffic ways and roadways with my trucks, and most importantly, to get off the public beaches and allow for the people to enjoy the public beaches without paddleboarding going on in an organized fashion. So to answer your question specifically about the yoga and the heated vinyasa, it almost makes me laugh, because if anybody really knows me, I am the furthest thing from a yogi. So I'm not sure where you saw heated vinyasa, but that's okay. I will officially go home tonight and remove SUP yoga as a Paddle Diva offering. I will no longer do SUP yoga. First of all, that isn't not a very lucrative piece of my business, so I'm laughing that we're even talking about sup yoga and the group fitness. Both of those are not occurring every day, and they're very infrequent. They're 2-3 times a week. It is not my primary business, and in terms of sup yoga and all of that, I will be happy to dismiss that out of my services and out of my offerings if that's something that you guys feel I need to, but that's not why we're here. We're here because I am simply using a marina, and in the words of Joe Potter, he couldn't find a better use for a business like mine to open up the waterways of the town of East Hampton in an organized fashion to be there. Because what better place for a stand-up paddleboarding business to be than in a marina? And we've had opposition from my neighbors, and it's a complicated opposition, and I don't think we're here to go through that. It's a waste of our time. What we're here to decide is if you agree or disagree with Ann Glennon's decision that said stand-up paddleboarding is a forbidden use in the Shagwan Marina, therefore it's illegal in the town of East Hampton. And the ramifications of that go beyond my business and could certainly create quite a headache for the town in the months to come of July and August, when every vendor is working from your private landings. Because one thing I can guarantee you is people's love and passion for paddleboarding will not go away. Some of our businesses will go away, Paddle Diva may go away, but what will not go away is the public's wanting for access to our beaches, and my desire as a conscientious business owner to make it safe, organized, and legitimate with insurance and a location for people to comfortably come to paddleboard. My time at the Shagwan Marina, parking was never a problem my first year. Parking became a problem when a new manager came in and determined I was not allowed to park in certain spots, period, space. In an effort to alleviate the stress that I didn't want to have, I would park outside the marina. I would have my staff park outside the marina on a side street, which again, one of the town planners made note that it's actually not illegal to park on those side streets. 4 wheels were on the grass. We were actually legally parking on side streets. None of my staff ever got a ticket except one Millennium who did not follow the instructions and parked too close to the stop sign. That was the only time I've ever gotten a ticket for parking in the side streets. Upon last winter and going through endless hours of these kinds of meetings over a stand-up paddleboarding business, a human-powered paddleboarding business in a town that really needs to focus on our waters and our waterways, I told my staff to park inside the lot, that we were just going to make do. I actually limited my business this year considerably. I just finished my taxes for the season, and my revenue was 30% lower than last year because I took it upon myself to cut back on my business to alleviate some of the parking problems that I thought may or may not occur. We've never had a severe parking crisis at the Shagwan Marina. My customers come for 1 hour and then they leave. Sure, sometimes it's a little hectic. The summers in the Hampton are very hectic. But the parking, in my mind, and I spoke to the marina the head guy at the East Hampton Point, who said he's been watching me like a hawk and he had not seen there be a parking problem when I am, as he said, slammed. So when I'm slammed, I've just never, there's like one instance I can remember where we were a bit slammed and I fixed it immediately. So I don't think that there's a parking problem in a marina that is at like 70% capacity, with most of the boat owners not being there full-time ever.
I don't think that's John's point. I think
I
whether
know,
or not-
but
yeah,
I'm just
John's
trying
point
to
is whether or
raise
not-
all of Mr. Whelan's
John's point is
questions.
whether or not the code allows it based on its use.
Right, but I'm trying to address all your questions.
Yes. And also the issue here is, does the marina allow for instructions? I mean, believe me, I'm not against paddleboarding. I'm a sailor, so I have no problem with water, you know.
So to answer your
So
question.
as far as the issue of, you know, this initially, it had an office and storage space in the building, and we'll have Eric Chance from the planning discuss this as well, obviously. But I appreciate your comments on the idea, on where you see, I think Rick has addressed his point about the retail, but where in the code it allows for instructions. You
I
obviously
mean,
give instructions.
you know what, we could spend the rest of our lives debating this, and I mean.
Well, we're not
I-
going to. This is your one chance.
No, I know. So here's what I'm going to say. The structures that you were referring to, all those boards get put away.
No, the instruction, I'm saying.
The instruction, you can't.
It's a school. It's a paddleboard school, basically.
Yes, it's a.
You're giving 3 or 4 hour lessons a day. I have your schedule here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So it's a paddleboard school. And the question here, is that allowed in a marina? And
Rick,
I think Ann
obviously.
Glennon is stating that it's not, and that's what we're here for.
Can you give boating lessons out of a marina? Sailboating lessons?
You tell me. I don't know. Is that in the code?
Is it prohibited in the code? Boating. It's a boating activity.
Can you have a boating school in a marina? I don't
Well, John,
know.
how do people learn to boat? How do people learn to sail? They've got to be taught by someone. They're going to go out of a
Not paid.
marina, especially with a sailboat. You're not going to launch it from your front yard. I mean, I think Gina's point is well taken. We're delving into minutia here, where I think you need to look at the big picture. And the big picture is the code allows boating at a marina. She's doing a boating activity at a marina. This should be simple, cut and dried. If you make it complicated and you want to say, well, you know what, because of this, then you know what? You can't do any small watercraft boating anywhere in East Hampton.
No, Rick, it's not
except
that.
from a public
Let me
beach.
be more clear. As you know, much of zoning has to do with parking and sanitary, okay?
But that's not the question, John.
Let me finish.
That's not the question before you.
The question before us is the use here that's going on, is it an additional use of this paddleboard school where you've got people who do not have a boat in the marina, who are coming to this facility, renting out a board. Believe me, I'm like, again, I do yoga, I don't paddleboard, I have, but I sail. So I'm not against, the question is where should this take place, and should it take place here or somewhere? I'll just finish. So the issue here is, you can have people coming in with 4 classes a day for an hour. You could have a group of 20 cars coming into that parking facility, taking a lesson, leaving. Another 20 cars come in, another 20 cars, whatever. And I think that's the issue here. Is a paddleboard school, is a school allowed at a marina?
School's an additional use, is a different use.
With all due respect, I don't agree. All right? Number one, you can always come up with a worst-case scenario. I could posit a worst-case scenario where the owner of marina finds 10 charter boat captains with 50-foot boats, and you know what? There's not going to be enough
I don't
parking.
think it's a
in the
worst
parking
case scenario. I think this woman would agree that she probably, I saw there's, that's what goes on there. I don't think you're
lot. What goes-
denying that that's what happens
I wish I
there.
had 20 people coming every 3 hours. That's not what happens.
John, I don't know where you've driven down there. I don't know whether you've ever seen cars parked in 3 Marlboro Road. They're not, okay? If there was a parking situation that was that bad, we would know about it. In any event, with all due respect, that's not really the question. How the town regulates or requires parking for these activities, that's the town board's job, all right? The issue for you is whether or not paddleboarding is a boating activity that can occur at a recreational marina. Now, if it can't, then it can't occur at a recreational marina anywhere in the town of East Hampton, and probably can't occur at any marina. You also brought up this question of a school. She does at least 2 things, maybe really 3 things. I don't know how much the rental of boards is, but predominantly what Gina does is she gives paddleboarding instruction. You can call that schooling if you want to. I would call sailing instruction much the same, but she also gives tours. So are you going to say that the schooling is not allowed, but the tours are? How do you tell someone that they can't go out and give guided tours? That's boating. That's not even a school.
I guess what I'm getting at, Rick, and then we'll move along. We'll like to hear from Eric Chance. But what I'm getting at is, was the intent when this site plan came in before the planning board years back, they were approving, as I believe they probably understood they were approving 22 slips or whatever number of slips there are, 40 slips. They were approving a small office space, they were approving laundry rooms, bathrooms, and storage. And was the planning board approving a place where people come and pay to do beach exercise, to rent paddle boards, to do, classes in paddle boards, and that's what I'm getting at. And the building inspector, in her determination, is saying this is an additional use.
John, the planning board never gave site plan approval for a marina. This marina dates to the 1950s. It predates zoning.
Well, when they were doing the parking and the calculations they did, and the
You mean
sanitary.
for the building,
Yes.
it was a marina use. That's what the use was. I
I
think what you're bringing up is that the town maybe doesn't have a good handle on what a marina use can be. You always require more parking. You can always require more parking to the nth degree, and then you'll have 4 times as much paved surface as you actually need for most situations. I mean, look, it's a hard call for you. My point is, whatever you do has ramifications throughout the town. And I don't just mean negative ramifications in terms of, you're going to have, marinas that are going to be overcrowded. The other side of the coin is, are you going to prohibit activities that people in East Hampton want, that are typical in East Hampton? We're a water, we're a maritime community. What's the consequences both ways of whatever your decision you make? And that's all I'll say for now.
Okay.
Do you have any other questions specifically related to me?
No, I don't. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yes. Good evening.
Hi, Martin Drew from Springs,
Can you give us your address, Martin?
22 Richardson Avenue,
Okay.
East Hampton, New York, 11937. If you wanted a place to rent boats, Cox's Fishing Station was the perfect place to do it. You tore it down.
I didn't tear it down.
Well, this town has torn it down. So with all these environmental initiatives, Cox's Fishing Station used to be a vibrant marina that had recreational boats for rent in the harbor, exiting to the channel to our great Gardiner's Bay, and that was an activity that we all desired, but environmentalism and environmental agendas had it torn down, not unlike the things we're doing most recently with tearing down waterfront homes. But to get to some points here about this situation, East Hampton Town has a history of prohibiting vessels in 3 Mile Harbor, that being jet skis, personal watercraft. If you're going to consider a stand-up paddleboard a vessel, well, jet skis are also a vessel as well, and they are now discriminated against being used in the harbor by the town. And they are discriminated because those are the things by license that you were having difficulty before determining that this would be an activity that's required to have a license by the Coast Guard. So that's one of the prohibited things in your 255 Water Code chapter. So we have a history of prohibiting vessels in 3 Mile Harbor. So if this is another prohibition of a use, then I say we've already done that sort of thing, and it's continuing right now. I don't say I agree with it because the reality is I can't launch at Gann Road to get access to the Great Gardiner's Bay with my jet ski, although it is a vessel like the Coast Guard would consider a 15-foot boat with an outboard motor on it. So the discrimination continues down there about that issue, and now you're having this issue in front of us. I guess you would have to tell this lady, like we've been told, tough luck, you're not allowed in the harbor, and please continue your business at the public beach ends, because the reality is that's what we're doomed to do right now. Nobody wants to hear about safety and unsafe launch issues. They just want to hear us that we're not allowed at Gann Road. So even though there's a safe launch ramp there, the Suffolk County fuel taxes pay for our ramps, we're not allowed to access it because discrimination is real in this town. So the truth of the matter is it's ongoing. So I take pity to the lady who, like years ago, I watched her clog up Maidstone Beach, launching at the channel and launching at the road ends. And I finally said, God, good gracious, the lady made it to the marina. She's at a facility now. She's not taking up the road ends. So I thought it was a good thing. But the reality is, it's a mixture of things now, because now I see her customers out in the harbor. They're a nuisance to the boating traffic, to tell you the truth. Half of them aren't wearing vests, so I've always said as a boater, wow, isn't it funny, as a jet skier, I'm doomed to wear a vest my whole life because I have to, it's by law, and those folks aren't. but now you're telling us they should be because they're considered a vessel. So there needs to be some enforcement in our harbor, because whether she continues there or not, it's not her that maybe is becoming an obstruction to a navigational channel, but her customers are. That's for damn sure. So I've been experiencing...
I think we're just trying to get back to straight to the appeal for the building inspector's decision. I understand that the vessels...
Well, I know Miss Glennon, she's a nice lady, and the reality is I have to stand with Mr. Whalen. It's a boating use, for God's sake. So I would have to say that maybe she's clouded in her decision, because the reality is I would support a boating activity at a marina. But now you guys are getting back to the site plan. Was it commercial back in the 50s? And what is it now? They added that building that they put the nice staircase on. I guess that's when the parking came into issue. And I heard you speaking before about the 45 boats and the 45 slips. So apparently there's a marina use for private boat owners who own a slip and wanted a parking spot. And now they're having a congestion of activity because you've brought an additional use. And it is an additional use because it's not part of the original plan. So
That's what we're
what do you
talking about.
do? What do you do? I've been trying to stick out an olive branch on you. You're in for a 20-year fight, lady, just so you know. And right now, so here's the reality of it. Here I am 20 years later trying to get a jet ski to launch at Gann Road and get the discrimination to end, and we're told to go scratch. So just so you folks know, I think the trustees own all our beaches. That's what when I read the Donegan and Nichols patent, that's what I saw in it, in all the royalty language of the creeks, the rivers, the bays, the waterfronts, and everything the king gave us. And just so you folks know, it was East Hampton, one word, and when it becomes East Hampton as two separate words, that's all for the benefit of your future deed writers. So you can disseminate what was the king's deeds as East Hampton, one word, and what are your future deeds as East Hampton, two words. You guys are making me learn a lot of stuff here with springs and the springs. So I'm thinking in the future I'm going to rely on surveyors to tell us where we live, because when you look at every survey, and I know you're in the business, sir, you look at every survey, it says Situate. That's the hamlet you're supposed to be in. And it says Springs, not
we
the
got to get
Springs.
back to the appeal.
But anyway,
Thank you.
we're in Springs. This is a questionable use at your site. I support Ms. Glennon as our building inspector, but I think she's clouded, and you still have a 20-year fight ahead of you.
Thank you.
Okay, yes.
I too have some pictures.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Rose Grau. Wow, I've just heard so much information, I don't know how to.
Rose, could you give us your address for the record, too?
Oh, I'm
your address?
sorry.
Hey, Rob.
Do you,
I have the 25511 West End, which is the code uses,
Okay.
which has waterfront in it, and also recreational marina and marina. And when I went through it, I had a hard time with marina.
Thank you.
Maybe, yeah, right. Well, I'm going to ask you to repeat up at the mic so everyone can hear you, Rob. Thanks.
do you want my,
So just your address
my
for the record.
mailing address? Or the
Or your,
address of
where you
my
live,
property?
where you live, your property. Yeah, would be great.
221 3 Mile Harbor.
Okay. Is that nearby? That's nearby this, next door to
I'm
this?
sorry.
No, I was saying that's next door to this property?
Yes, we own two
Marina.
Right.
parcels next to Shagwan Marina.
To the north?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. I thought I was supposed to receive a notice of this meeting this evening. I did not receive one.
Yeah, I spoke to, so I believe it might have been Beth. I think the notice was mailed to the address that's associated with your tax map in the town clerk.
Okay.
So,
There are several other people that perhaps aren't here this evening because they were not noticed. I wonder if maybe we should revisit the way we send these notices out and be sure that we're sending them to people's mailbox or,
The requirement is whatever's in the tax assessor's office.
okay.
And that's the requirement that an applicant has to.
Okay, on our tax map is our property address. Can we go in and change that to our mailing address
And then if you
for
want-
future references?
Where
So
are
that
your
we're
tax
notified?
bills? Where are your tax bills?
To my home address.
So that's where the,
73.
That's 73.
That was listed, but we didn't get one there either. Nor 185, which Driftwood on the Ocean is listed at.
can
So
I
none
see
of our,
the-
do you want
none
to
of
take a
our,
look at this? You want-
Yeah,
Roy,
I mean,
you
just for the record, the fact that you are here means you're all properly noticed, so that's not gonna It cures
Well,
the defect from the notice?
I know, but I know about it because someone told me.
Right, but you're still.
And I'm not prepared. My advisor is out of town, so I'm going to do the best that I can. I'd like to give you a bit of history of Shagwan Marina. My husband and I are the owners of the beachfront vacant lot at Shagwan, and the house behind it is our home. We are the past owners of the marina, which my husband and family operated for 22 years. Shagwan is unique and was always known as the Quiet Cove. Boat owners chose to dock at Shagwan because of the serenity, beauty, and peacefulness. Our property, which is adjacent to the marina, was once zoned commercial. The health department approved a nitrate system for sanitary use for a restaurant. However, it was not our idea or want to build a restaurant. When our family business was dissolved, we became the owners of Shagwan. We wanted residential. We asked the town to approve a zoning change from commercial site to a 2 residential lot. We wanted to protect the beauty, the environment, and the tranquility of the area. The traffic, if developed, would have intensified the traffic on the already busy, dangerous 3 Mile Harbor Road. We sold the marina to Ben Krupinski in 2003 and had planning board approval for a 42 parking spaces, a building to accommodate a laundry room, bathroom, and a marina office. We did not want to seek approval for a marina retail store as it would incur traffic to the marina and disrupt the residential area. Shagwan was not designed nor intended to be anything more than it is today. Mendelman's Marina and the East Hampton Point, which are full-service marinas, offers everything a boat owner should need. Paddle Diva. We now have Paddle Diva advertising as our beautiful location in East Hampton offers a perfect setting for the outdoors. Our location is nestled on a peaceful bay at 3 Mile Harbor and includes picnic grounds, showers, and beachfront to enjoy the summer sunset. Now, she advertises that she's operating between 9 and 5. The sunset usually is at 8:30 in the summer. What will she be offering next? Yoga, massages on the beach, all of which she offers in Puerto Rico in the winter. Last summer, she advertised online an open invitation to an evening barbecue and sunset at Shagwan. How does this pertain to paddle boarding? Again, where do they park? Parking. Diva clients park in the slips provided for the boat owners, causing inadequate parking for boat owners. I do have pictures. Diva has created a horrendous traffic situation in the marina, on the waterway, and on 3 Mile Harbor Road. The entrance and egress into the marina has always been challenging due to the curves in the road, the blind spots, and summer traffic, which with additional traffic from Diva, it is horrific. Diva parks a vehicle in front of her office. This is not a designated parking area and obstructs traffic flow in and out of the marina. The bathhouse now has an increase of usage. The sanitary system was designed to accommodate 42 boat slip for owners. Is the sanitary system adequate to accommodate an extra 50-plus people a day at times? Not every day. I will grant you that. She has erected a 20-foot Diva flag and a tent next to the office offering soft drinks. I like the pictures that you showed here of the entrance, but this is more of what it looks like.
Do you want to submit that?
Sure.
To the file?
I'll give that to you.
You can submit whatever you'd like.
She should maybe sign the back and date it.
Oh, okay. Rose, would you mind signing? Wait,
We'll have to
maybe.
do her at
We could
the
do it
end.
later.
She can do all.
Yeah.
I'll do that, thank you. All right, clothing is sold inside the building and off a rack outside the building. Boards or vessels are laid out on the grass area in the front of the building. Diva stores a paddleboard rack and lines the beach with vessels all summer. It's beginning to look like Sunset Beach at Shagwan Marina. Our concern is this is only the beginning. Intrusive. Diva does not abide by any rules, unleash dogs, skateboarding on the tarmac, riding vehicles and tarmac and parking. The inlet is now overly congested with 20 or more paddleboarders. This past summer, 6 vans were parked on my property and the tarmac. It was impossible to navigate the parking lot. Cars were parked everywhere and anywhere. Parking on the tarmac is a violation of the fire code.
6 what?
Vans, did you say?
She had a shoot. None of us were notified. We could not get into the marina. We could not access our boats. They parked on our property. My husband, who was recovering from a very serious operation, had to go out and ask them to please remove their vans, and they told us that they were having a shoot. And my husband said, "Have your shoot, please get off my property." I also notified the East Hampton Town Police. I don't like to call them. I feel that they're overburdened now. I don't like to call code enforcement because I know the issues there. I have tried to be a good neighbor. I've never confronted Gina. As of now, she still uses my entrance and property to the beach.
Could you explain that?
That is our property,
Residential.
which is residential.
Could you explain that she uses your entrance to the beach?
There's an entrance to the beach. In the bulkhead, there's an opening. That bulkhead is on our property. The opening is on our property. My husband has a map here if you need it. And I haven't complained about it. I like water sports. My grandchildren love sailing, paddleboarding, everything to do with the water. But there's a place for everything. And it's created too many issues. It's bordered by 3 residential areas. It is not Mendelman's, it is not Gosman's or any of these larger, quote, marinas. It has always been a small, residential type marina, family owned, not meant to be what it is right now. Okay, where was I? Navigation, more importantly, and I think this is extremely important. Diva operates out of and near the entrance to the busy marina. Boats have to navigate around the novice paddlers, boarders, who sometimes obstruct boat vessels unintentionally as they try to navigate the harbor. They are challenged by wakes and currents, sometimes losing control of their boats and falling into the harbor. This is a hazard and a safety concern for our paddleboarders and boaters, as this inlet is a busy channel with boats trying to access the many marinas on 3 Mile Harbor. Financial burden. The character of the area, and I repeat, the character of the area has changed dramatically. The beach vegetation is a concern to many. The foot traffic and dogs defecating on our beach, and my property is repulsive. The intensification of this use has changed the environment of the area, which is devaluating my property, causing a financial burden to us. The Quiet Cove is now a Paddle Diva Club. I ask the board if you are going to continue to allow this Diva Club to operate, who is going to protect, monitor the residential area from the intrusiveness of Diva and her entourage of clients, traffic, and vessels. Reasons. If a marina is allowed 2 uses, I can only attest Shagwan is not conducive to a retail store and a busy Diva Club that offers instructions, retail, tours, etc. It goes on, as it is bordered on 3 sides residential. Shagwan was not designed or intended to be more than what it is today. Marina office, laundry room, and bath facilities. Entrance and egress is challenging and often dangerous, as 3 Mile Harbor is a busy road, especially in the summer. Parking is not sufficient to accommodate the flow of Diva's vessels. Again, Shagwan is unique and is surrounded by residential homes. The area and the residents deserve tranquility, peacefulness that it has enjoyed for many decades. This residential area should not be invaded by the Diva Club. It is more than an intensification of use. It is a violation of the integrity and the character of this beautiful area to all of us residents. I did quickly write a few lines about the building inspector, which I'd like into the minutes. The meeting perhaps, this meeting perhaps, to the building inspector's ruling, which we hope the zoning board will uphold. I have searched the town code, 255-1110, and there is nothing defining paddle boarding or its allowable use. Other areas define the Paddle Diva business as a water sport outfitter. As our code does not clearly define the allowability use of a recreational marina for paddle boarding, we hope the zoning board moves cautiously in the determination of where paddle boarding should be allowed and everything that pertains to it. We hope the zoning board does not allow businesses as such in a residential area that cannot accommodate them. We believe the building inspector's decision that Paddle Diva is an additional use is correct and request that this zoning board uphold the decision. I thank you for your time. I do have pictures. These are the 6 stands that were on our property. This is a car parked in the middle of the parking lot because there is no parking spaces. This is a picture of the parking lot full. All the time that we owned and my husband ran the marina, we never had a problem with parking. There was always an extra 6 or 7, but it's out of control now. Where the office is, she parks her car, and it blocks the entrance to the marina. I'll give these
Thank you.
pictures to
Rose, could you just sign the back of
sign
them?
everything?
I have a pen if you need one.
This is a picture of a good-looking young man with the paddleboards behind him on the rack on the beach. And just behind him is a flag. That's our flag, our property. And I wanted to show you this because you can see the proximity of paddleboard to our residential home. They're on top of us.
Do you want to hand that, Rose?
I think this should be part of the record. And this is a picture of the paddle boards lined up on the grass in the entrance of the marina. And here's, I don't know, 14 or 15 people in the harbor. You can see they're not sailing close to the shoreline. They're in the marina where the waterway is. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, if you just sign the backs, then I can take those into the record. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application?
You want
I'm sorry?
You can sit at your seat and do it, and then hand
Oh,
them.
okay.
Sure, then you can hand it in. Great. Eric?
Thank you.
And then hand them to me when you're done. and I'll-
Eric Shantz for the Planning Department. I'll keep this pointed. I think there's really two questions the ZBA needs to answer. One is, does the business match an existing use definition? And I would note that recreational marina and marina do not allow for lessons or exercise classes, which seem to be a large part of the business. Those seem to be in conflict with a marina. And then the second would be, are non-defined uses allowed to be approved? I believe Rick is saying yes, that the planning board can approve uses that are not specifically defined. Michael Sinlensky said to the planning board the exact opposite at the previous meeting. That's not what I said. Okay.
Hold on, Rick, you can,
Just, I'm putting those two questions out there. We heard a lot tonight.
Just back that up
Yeah,
a moment,
yeah.
because I think that's.
Yeah, sure.
that's important.
Are non-defined uses allowed to be approved? From what I got from Mike, he's saying if it's not listed as permitted or specially permitted in the code, the planning board can't approve it.
Well, that's what I was getting at. If it's a paddleboard school at a marina, it's,
Well, but first you got to determine whether or not it is a separate use. You know, Rick is arguing that it's part of a recreational marina. My point is, you know, boat storage, things of that sort seem conducive, but lessons and exercise classes seem like they're more almost like an exercise studio outside of outside of a building.
Exercise studios
Or,
are
you know,
defined use.
or you could come up with, you know, I'm sure, various other definitions, but they
Right,
don't
so
seem,
So,
you know.
pardon me, Eric, just not to interrupt for a second, what you just said was that in speaking with the town attorney, if giving instructions, whatever they are, at a recreational marina is not listed, that
then
does
it's
not,
not allowed to be approved. I
not allowed to be
won't use the term prohibited because we have permitted, special permit, and prohibited, their terms. But he was basically saying that the planning board is at an impasse and can't approve such a use.
thank you.
But then, you know, again, just to reiterate, you know, is this a recreational marina? I'm not so sure that the applicants have demonstrated that, and that's my take on it. And I don't know if the board has any questions for me, and I don't know if Rick wants to address those 2 points.
Any questions? Board members for Eric?
No.
Roy? Okay, thank you, Eric. Rick, did you want to say something?
Okay, first of all, I want to hand out one last, we'll give you one last handout. In 2000, this property was rezoned. The owners at the time were Grau. Grau zoned Shagwell Marina. And in 2000, it was zoned waterfront. All of it was zoned waterfront, including where their two.
I'll take two.
house lots
Two,
are.
one for me too, please. Thank you.
You heard Mrs. Grau say that they decided to create two lots even though they had health department approval for a restaurant at the property. What I gave you is the town board resolution approving the zone change in 2000. And that town board resolution specifically says that they could not put a restaurant at the property because it did not meet health department standards. What they had at the time was an approximately 4-acre lot. They couldn't do much on it besides the boat basin. They already pretty much had built out, they'd already dredged out the boat basin, and I think they were looking for other ways to make some money out of the rest of the property. They wanted to have a restaurant. They could not have a restaurant. The health department wouldn't approve it. So what they did is they decided that, you know, 2 residential lots won't be so bad, especially if one of them is on the water. And, you know, personally, I don't think it was a very good idea at the time, especially in Springs where, you know, commercially zoned land is needed. But they did convince the town to rezone the part of the property where their 2 house lots are to residential. The remainder is the marina. And as you can see from the survey, the marina is pretty well shoehorned into its property. They ran the property line right down the walkway on the north side of the boat basin. That marina is pretty much shoehorned into that lot. What we have, ironically, is we're now seeing opposition to the marina activity by the former owner who's responsible for creating the residential zoning and the residential lots on the north side of the boat basin. That was zoned commercial, it was zoned waterfront, and they were the owners, and they're the people who did the rezoning and then did the subdivision. So it's kind of ironic that, you know, the former owner of the marina, now that they have a house there, is complaining about the marina activities. And that's all I'll say about that. The issue before you is whether or not this is a permitted use. Eric is both right and wrong in terms of what I stated earlier, the town attorney is correct. If a use is not listed in the use table, it's not an allowed use. So I'm not arguing that an unlisted use can be an approved use. That's not the case. Clearly, it can't be. What I'm saying is that what Gina does fundamentally is a boating use at a marina. So her use is marina. It's part and parcel of the marina. Now, you raised an interesting question about the schooling and the training part of it. It makes things a little bit more complicated. I'll leave you to deal with that. But I certainly would have to say this. I would find it difficult for you to decide that taking people on paddleboarding cruises from the marina is somehow not allowed at a marina. I mean, it's a boating activity, as was indicated earlier by Martin Drew. I mean, it's boating at a boating marina. I mean, he said it pretty simply. He also pointed out something which I had forgotten. We used to have small marinas in this town, like Cox's Fishing Station, at which rentals and small craft activities, not kayaking in those days, were more common. Our marinas have changed, our nautical activities have tended to change, things are different. But, you have to look at the bigger picture. What we're doing is using small boats, small craft, things that don't stay in the water, kayaks, windsurfing boards, surfboards. If you can't do these at a marina, where will you be able to do them? The only remaining place would be on public land.
So let me just ask you this, Rick. Would you say when this current site plan was approved with a certain amount of slips, and I'm repeating myself, but I will for the record, when this was approved for the boat slips and the 2 spaces and for the small office and the storage, would you say that this site plan with the parking and the sanitary was designed to accommodate, there's a picture there with about 30 paddle boards up on the lawn. Would you say that the site plan was intended to accommodate possibly 20 or 30 people showing up and taking lessons and possibly using the sanitary facility and parking their cars and then leaving?
John, I'd have to say yes. It was approved as a marina. There's a lot of things that you could do even in a traditional marina. Who's to say, for example, the owner of the marina couldn't have sunset bonfires for the people who rent the boats in the marina, rent the slips in the marina?
These are not people that are renting boats in the marina.
No, I've had multiple conversations with Gina, and as far as I know, she doesn't really have sunset, cookouts for people down there. I don't know what's on the website.
Overall, anyway, I think we've said this enough.
Yeah,
This has been asked and answered.
Yeah, I think
all I can tell you, John, is it's a marina use. It's a marina use.
Okay.
And you have to, whatever is allowed in marina is allowed here.
Okay, thank you, Rick.
All right, thank you.
Beth, I have a question about the noticing. Should we leave it open for 10 days or?
Let me just say something about notice. We notify in accordance with the owners of record and the town assessor's records. If if they don't have the assessor's record, a lot of times people have the tax receiver's information updated because they want to get their tax bill, but the assessment records are outdated.
I don't know if I saw their address, any address for the grounds.
It does have,
Driftwood on the ocean, that's
it, okay.
or 221 3 Mile Harbor,
Oh, okay. Okay,
so.
okay, thank you,
and
Rick.
it was a Springs Fireplace Road address, so.
Right, okay. Okay, Roy, would you like to make a motion since? Sure. Robert? Yeah, just quick, sure.
Rick knows as well as I do, back in 1998, when I had submitted the subdivision plan to the planning board, I was asked after several years, of process, to turn around, and one of the allowable uses at the time, was a restaurant, and I just couldn't believe that they would rather me go to a restaurant rather than do a residential in nature plan, which I had into the planning board at the time. And once I went into the health department and asked them, how should I do this? They wanted me to use a nitrate system, as John McGowan did off of condominiums that he did right to the, Georgia Estates. And that was approved, Suffolk County Health Department said they would approve my plan, with the nitrate. So once it was found at the planning board level that I would be able to do something in that nature, Kathy Lestad called me and asked me, Bob, if you would go back to your residential and nature plan, I think we can work this out. Well, that was 5 years later. And in the sixth year, we worked it out, and in 2002, I had the approval. In 2003, sold it to Ben Kempinski.
Okay, thank you, Robert, thank you.
Okay, therefore, I make a motion, what? Or,
She's the applicant, let's give her just 30 seconds. Yeah, thank you.
I just want to try to also, after hearing my next door neighbor's comments, just FYI, I didn't want to bring in a room of people who could be on support, but to the left side of me, I have a host of neighbors that actually do like me being there, and I have boat residents in the marina that actually do like me being there. I'm not going to look at all these pictures. There are times where it's busy there, and I recognize every once in a while you have a moment where you're crushed, just like at a restaurant at 7 o'clock, everybody wants their supper. Just to make sure you guys all understand, I'm not trying to become the behemoth paddleboarding business of the East End. I don't intend to grow. In fact, if I had to give you my biggest wish, it would be to reduce my business, because it's a stressful business to run as it is, and I'm a mother of two delightful little children, not a 10-year-old and a 13-year-old that I don't get to see much in the summer. So in many ways, it would be more of my wish not to expand and grow and turn into this crazy business that's overtaking the harbors of East Hampton, but to continue what I do, which is my sole mission, to make stand-up paddleboarding accessible, safe. I try to act in a reasonable fashion. I have tried my hardest to work with the community, and I do. Most of the Springs residents get free paddleboarding. The Grau's own grandchildren, up until this summer, would participate in all my free paddleboarding. If you come and ask me when you're a boat owner at the marina, or even a Springs mom who just wants to get her kids out, I take them out. I take them out for free. Boat owners have that service for free. I just want to leave on a note to say that, it's my intention to make East Hampton a great place to live, make East Hampton a safe place to live, to work with the community, to work with the neighbors, to make things nicer for everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Okay,
okay, therefore, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing in the record for the applicant Paddle Diva LLC, Suffolk County Tax Map number 300-077-05-011.3.
Second.
Concur.
And I concur as well. Thanks, Roy. Okay, thank you all for coming. You'll have your decision, will be mailed to you within 62 days.
Can we take a
Sure.
Or
Let's
just
take
to
let's
go
take a 5-minute
find,
break here.
vice chair?
Anyone has to use the restroom or anything like that?
Roy?
Just for the record?
Good.
Oh, that's, Rose Grau.
Beth, remind me to give you your pen back, because I will forget.
To give what?
This back.
Oh, no
I'll forget.
worries.
It's brand new, I can tell.
Okay, Denise.
Actually, I think that one was here.
We are ready. Ready?
Really, really well-rounded, yeah.
So do you have to contact Paul, or I just give him?
No, no, all right, wait a minute.
You can text him, there's no rush.
Okay, give me 1 sec.
Give me a shot. No problem.
Were we in recess?
We are.
Oh.
But we don't get to play any games. Pretty lousy recess.
Just give me a sec, I just texted him.
Sure.
Take it. I have a whole bag in here.
John, these are for you.
Oh, for you, great, thank you, that's, oh, this is for here, yeah, great, thank you.
I have killer sore throat.
All right, we're good to go.
We're good? Okay. Okay, we are back. I believe this is our final public hearing. Yes, this is our final public hearing this evening. The applicants are Michael and Carolyn Zaleski. The lot size is 64,820 square feet total at 75 Dunes Lane in Amagansett, tax map number 300-129-2-19. Description: to demolish an existing residence and construct a new approximately 5,304 square foot two-story residence with swimming pool and decking and a sanitary system on a parcel of land containing primary and secondary dunes, beaches, and beach vegetation. The relief sought is a natural resources special permit pursuant to 255-4-20 of the Town Code. The closest structure is proposed 101.5 feet from the primary dune crest. The zoning district is an A residence VE velocity flood zone elevation. That's not listed, but I think we can get that. It's VE elevation.
Oh.
Well, that'll come up in the public hearing this evening. It's on the survey, probably. You see
It's in the velocity floods.
Oh, it is. It's probably a couple.
It
Roy,
is
do you see
the
it on your-
velocity flood zone, that's
I
the
got
name of
survey.
it.
Let me just, oh, I have a survey here.
I got 27 as first floor.
Yeah. Right. You see a flood zone here? Or it should be.
Yeah, it is VE.
It should give elevation. Here we go. That's BFE 10. Yeah, VE. Okay, it's in a VE.
VE.
VE 17. 17.
Right.
Elevation 17. And the secret class is type 2. And council, do we have proper affidavit of service and posting?
We do have the affidavit of service and posting appears that notice is proper.
Thank you.
And so I hand this to-
Okay, this is in board member Lisa's district, so David, if you want to.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I visited the property today. As you see on the board here, it was officially noticed. The sign just blew off, but it was there and evidenced. I'm actually going to be reading off of the survey last dated March 8th, 2016. This is facing south from Dunes Road up into the property. You could see two structures, first being the shed just to the left of the tree, and then also in the far distance, you'd be able to notice a little bit of the chimney off the main structure, very vegetated on the way up. Next. Okay, so this is a panoramic view looking south. This is actually from a location on that survey that would be approximately where the septic system is. You'll see how the current domicile is on the property. Okay, this is actually now going to be looking west. This is a view actually of the neighboring property. Well, the neighboring property is the New York State. It's sort of weird how it's set up, but the nearest developed property to the west. Also, the location about approximately where the truck is right now in front of it will be where the new updated septic system is proposed to be installed. Next. This is a view of the eastern property line. This is going from the corner of the current house. You can see how the current structure sites to the property line, and also a little bit to where the neighboring property is to the east, which is also has an application in front that's pending in front of the zoning board. Next. This is actually looking down a little bit closer to where the property line is of the current structure, looking south. Next. Okay, this is on the southern side of the property of the current structure. This is how the current structure sites compared to how south it goes compared to the structure to the east, as you can see in the gray. Next, the applicant structure. This is a wider panoramic view. And the reason I took this, again, it was to show the siting of the neighboring property, the current property to the left there. Also, a little bit of dip in the topography. The bottom of the stairs would be approximately where the CHA line is. Next. I am on the property right now, going south of the structure, looking back at the structure, and on our survey, it's a little bit of where that hollow is. It's about the 14 to 12, and to me, I think I was pretty much standing in the coastal erosion hazard area line. So I wanted to take a picture to show the distance and from that to where the current structure is. Next. Again, I turned over then to see how it's sited to the structure to the east, on the neighboring property. I then went down to approximately to the dune crest. The dune crest then, panoramic, you show then three other structures of the neighbors. The far left would be the structure to the west, vacant land area, the applicant's property in front of us, and then the two neighboring properties to the east there. You can see that also. Next, turned around, you'll see then the beach or the water line there, the rack line. Next. And then I just took pictures of the neighbors west, next one. Applicant and east, the next one. And then looking down there. I think, okay, sorry. And I got one more of just how the current domicile is sited on the property to where the lot line is, because you can see that on
That's the east side.
That's on the east side, exactly. You can see the brick that's located on there. And I'm sorry, then I guess I got another one. I turned around, and then you'll see the structure from a view looking west. And I did this for the septic system. That's where the location of the septic system is, would be, or is proposed. This is another structure that's on the property. It's the shed that's down closer to the street also then too. And I didn't get close to the other shed that would be on it. That's it.
Now, just one, I have a question for David. Not a question, maybe clarification, but on the back.
Yeah.
That photo that you showed with the back lawn, and then it dips down.
Yes.
There were some stakes in there today. I don't know if
Correct.
it was the stakes. So that, I believe, was the extent of the back of the house, which is probably about 10, 12 feet. Beyond that.
It seems so, yeah. The agent and some of the architects were having a meeting. I didn't ask that, but it probably is about the distance away from the house that where the proposed structure would be. But we can ask that here too.
Thank you, David. Any other questions for David? No?
No.
Okay, thank you, David. That's
Thank
great.
you.
Good field report there. Okay, good evening.
Andrew Strong, from Law Office of Rick Whalen for the applicant. We have Michelle and Caroline Zaleski, the owners, are here today, along with Bill Ryle and Niall Carroll from Ryle Porter Sheridan, the architects, and Peter Creek, who will be doing the construction. So they can
Could you
answer-
speak up?
and Peter Cregan, who will be doing the construction. Just before we start, I want to make sure we're all working off the same survey. I just heard the last revision date is March 8th, and I want to make sure that the survey that we're working off is August 26th, 2016. Because there was a subsequent revision of the plan
Right.
that drew the residents
You pulled that.
for their landward.
Do you have a little?
No.
I think I have some extra copies in here of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Here's a letter. September 19th. Yeah, those are the new copies.
Yeah, here we go. Be just separate, so I can put it back together. 1 second, we'll just hand these out to the board members. For you. You want to just check those dates, make sure that's correct?
And you're saying this is last revised
Should we?
August 26th, 2016?
Yeah. You have one, David?
I do now, thank you.
Terry, do you have a
Thank you.
copy?
Yeah, I have it.
You do, okay. Okay, Andrew, thank you.
Okay, excellent. So this is an application to replace an existing 1941's beach cottage with an updated two-story residence. The updated residence will have the storm protections that come with a modern building within a FEMA elevation zone and within the Limois zone. That includes triple pane windows that are designed to withstand impact of an object traveling at 120 miles an hour. It has extensive steel framing, and it has double-studded walls. The design has been intentionally developed to reduce the massing of the house. The 2 stories tend to be stacked on the north-south axes of the property. So if you look at it from the beach, you're seeing the 2 stories on the narrow sections, and then there's a gap across the east-west axis, so your eye can pass through. But I have the architect and the builder here can answer any design or construction questions with more specificity. Just turning to the zoning, the variance we need that we're requesting is a natural resources special permit. We don't require any area variance. We meet the dune crest setback, as I think has been mentioned. The residence is 124 feet landward of the dune crest, which represents a 13-foot retreat from the March 8th survey. The proposed pool is 103 feet from the dune crest. The pool is roughly 30 feet landward of the coastal erosion hazard line. So just to address the natural resources standard, the protected resources here are beach vegetation and dune land. And I just want to take a moment and talk about both of them. The beach vegetation and beach grass here, the project calls for a 2,555 square foot reduction in clearing. I don't know if you saw in these pictures, but there was considerable lawn around the house. The application intends to eliminate the lawn entirely. So if you look at this survey, the shaded green area is the area that is proposed to be revegetated. Even in that courtyard space where you have steps into the entrance, that's proposed to be natural beach vegetation and not lawn. And so that we submit that this project, explicitly considers this natural resource in doing so. The expansion of the residence is also mostly over manicured lawn. So the footprint of the structure is not going to sit on beach grass. And I think, as you can see in the survey, when we're done, this plan anticipates approximately 9,800 square feet of revegetation that's going to happen. So with those points in mind, we feel like with respect to the beach grass, we're very sensitive of it. We know that's what's holding the dune together, and we're taking pains to not only protect it, but this proposal will increase the beach vegetation on the site. The dune land, this house is situated on a dune. It's elevated at about 26, 27 feet. The expansion is mostly vertical. The footprint, the existing footprint on the property is 2,500 square feet, and so the proposed footprint is going to be about 3,070 square feet. So the expanded footprint on the property is 570 square feet, and again, this is mostly over this manicured lawn. I don't know if you can go back up the picture. I just think it might be to that. Yeah, right here. So when I measured this area from the building to the edge of the lawn, it was about 15 feet. The most seaward extension of the proposed residence is 20 feet, and that's that eastern wing. Okay, so the vast majority of the seaward expansion is going to happen right in this area. And I don't know if you saw on the other side of the house where the expansion north is happening, again.
Your pool is beyond that.
The pool is beyond. The pool is beyond, and we'll get to that in a second. That's exactly right. But in terms of the residence and the footprint of a residence on the dune, the expanded footprint is 570 square feet over this area.
So you're saying that's 15 feet, and you said it would go 20 feet, so it's going to go beyond the slope?
Well, one section, that eastern section.
Just the residence, we're not talking about the pool
Yeah.
yet.
And I don't know if you can look at that survey. It's that there's that eastern wing will extend beyond will extend beyond the grass line. Yeah, and the slope there. But the majority of it is going to be sitting in that grass area. There is a new pool that is proposed seaward of the house, but that new pool is set down, so you will be stepping down to it to sort of conform to the contour of the dune.
So there won't be any grading or?
There will be no grading. That's right. There will be no grading or fill required for the pool.
Beth, could you just go back or go to the next photo?
Before you do that, just so you know, okay, I can point out something.
Go
See
ahead.
the right edge of that picture, if you
Yeah.
look relative to the neighbor house, that's basically almost, maybe a little bit beyond the extent of the back of that pool.
Okay,
So if you look, you could draw a line.
I
here.
got that.
If you go to the next picture, this juniper bush is sort of that's the sort of outward limit of the pool.
So is that, beyond the grass, is that natural beach vegetation, that area?
Yes, yeah, that's actually, and actually, I have an aerial that I just it was part of the submission that we put in on Friday, but I think it may be easier if I just hand it out now. So if you don't mind, leave you. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
I'll take two of them, please. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, in this area, you can see 75 Dunes Lane. You can see that juniper bush in the aerial, and the outward limit of the pool will extend no further than the edge of that juniper bush, right? So,
Okay.
are we ready? to go? So you can see the juniper bush. That's as far as the pool is extending. All of the fill, all of the fill created by the construction work in this area is staying on the site. There's nothing is leaving the site. So there will be excavation to dig the pool, but that is going to be redistributed onto the dune in order to raise the grade around the residence. The pool is going into natural, to beach vegetation, just to directly answer your question, but the applicant is also reducing clearing on the site by 2,500 square feet and adding that amount of natural beach vegetation to it.
What is that number again? How many square feet?
The clearing reduction is 2,555 square feet. You can see that on the
Yes,
survey.
That's what I
Right.
came up. 2,555. So the
Yeah.
9,000 that you quoted before is due to construction activities.
The 9,000 is due to
You're
construction.
starting at
activity.
13, you're going to end up at 10.
Right, that's exactly right. But the plan considers, at the end of this, the applicant is going to be revegetating 10,000 square feet. Yeah, but you're going to get a net gain of 25 feet.
Yeah, I think that's an
right.
important
Okay.
distinction.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so the fill and grading is staying on the site, which is, again, another important consideration in terms of the impact this project is going to have on the dune. The increase in beach vegetation, again, is with a mind to protecting the dune. And I just want to finally turn to the character of the neighborhood. If you look at that aerial, you can see where that juniper bush is, and that's the extent of the pool. In terms of the other houses around, 71 Dunes Lane, which is the house immediately to the east, is setback. The residence is 76 feet from the dune crest, and the pool is 12 feet off the dune crest.
Those are clearly seaward of the coastal erosion hazard line. When were they, when were they constructed?
What's interesting, the coastal erosion hazard line kind of runs right between the swimming pool and that house on 71 Dunes Lane.
When was that approved, that 71?
71 Dune Lane has a ZBA approval from 1990.
I know I saw that in your notes, I just didn't
It's in-
have it in front of
Yeah.
me. And can you
Is that the
remind the
one-
board when some of the other ones were approved?
So 65 Dunes Lane is a 5,000 square, is greater than 5,000 square foot house. 65 and 81 were in the 1980s. The 81 Dunes Lane.
65 was 86.
Yeah,
Yep.
and 81 should have been 83 maybe? I think that's the oldest one. And you can see it's
Those are fairly old.
the most seaward. Right. So, I mean, the approvals are old, but, just in terms of the character of the neighborhood, we're still well landward of not only these houses, but we're well landward of the coastal erosion hazard line. We're landward of the dune crest setback. So, just given those points, the natural resources in question here, beach grass and dune land, that we submit this application is explicitly considering these and trying to directly minimize the impact that this activity is going to have. There's no way to move north on this property because of how steep the dune falls off on the north side. The assessment is that would cause just as much, if not more, damage to the dune because you'd be sort of hanging off the dune on the north.
Oh, you're
Say that
raising to
again?
FEMA, right? So you're not hanging really off of anything. This
we're
house
raising
will
to
be
FEMA.
raised to FEMA,
That's
so
right.
it'll be on pilings, correct?
It will be on pilings. That's
Is there a
right.
basement?
There's an existing basement now, and the proposal has a
So now, why do you see moving north being a detriment to the dunes?
Geographically, it's a steeper slope to the north side. So it's going to require more engineering, and it would also shift that basement from a basement into a third floor. So it would require an additional variance.
Well, shift the basement into a third floor?
It'd be out of grade, you're saying?
Does that make sense? Sorry.
So you're saying the basement would then become out of grade and become
That's right.
lower.
That's right. And we'd have to have a
Oh, I see,
height
because it's sloping away and you're moving.
That's right. And just so that the board's aware, the applicant originally submitted a plan that was still within the dune crest setback, still landward of the CHA line, but was 13 feet more seaward. The applicant has revised his position to move it more landward already. And that's where we've landed with this August survey, and you can compare the two.
You could move, just so from the survey, the topography right now is that the driveway right now is 22.9. Yeah, there's quite a bit of room before that dune starts sloping away, just so we know. There's quite a bit of room where it's quite level before the dune starts sloping away. Then it starts sloping, it goes from 20 down to 18, 16, but that's probably about 30 feet away.
Right.
30 feet north, right, landward, right. Just so we're clear on that.
Okay, so just with respect to the specific resources that are protected by the natural resource special permit, they've been explicitly considered. The applicant submits that we're increasing the beach vegetation. They're minimizing the impact of this project on the dune by doing things like sinking the pool, keeping all the fill on site, being very modest in terms of the expansion of the footprint of the structure, and building something that's within the character of the neighborhood. And so they submit that it meets the special permit standards. And I just want to sort of pivot here and say, that the town planner's concern from his memo seemed less directed at the specific special resources that could be impacted by this project and more aimed at seaward expansion in a time of...
Orderly growth is part of our...
It's part of the general code. That's right. It's part of the general code. But I first of all, I think, climate change and rising sea levels is an important, critical issue that affects every person living on Long Island. But I think looking at an application's seaward expansion through the lens of a natural resources special permit is a difficult process for this board to undertake when all of the objective measurements set forth in the town code are met. We have, because the town code is a legislative intent of what these safety standards are. We have, a setback to the dune crest, and we have a sea-haw line because, we say building beyond that is unsafe. So if you meet those standards, you don't need a variance, and it seems difficult to sort of get at it through the natural resources special permit, in part because it leaves an applicant without a clear idea of these objective measures. What then is too close?
It's not about just too close. The environmental protection under K and the natural resources special permit standards says the natural characteristics of the site are such that proposed use may be introduced without undue disturbance or disruption of important natural features. A dune is, all dunes, not just the primary dune crest, are considered protected natural features.
Yeah.
So it's not just you're meeting setbacks to the primary dune crest, but we're looking at the total dune topography of the site and the disturbance that's proposed as it is now.
But I think that section of the code is part of the general standards of the natural resource special permit, and it's explicitly looking at the use. And I think it says the characteristics of the site are such that the proposed use may be introduced there. Now, the proposed use is residential. It's already been introduced there. It hasn't been introduced, 13 feet, further across the dune, but the use of a residence on that site has been introduced there since 1941, when the
Yes,
when
but
the
now
building was-
you're proposing to expand that residence.
That's
So
right.
you're expanding the use. And now, how do you do that without undue disturbance? I mean,
Right.
I
And
really
so
think that's kind of
exactly
like...
right. So I think that's right. So how do you do it without undue disturbance? You put up a project limiting fence, you try to keep all the fill on site, you try to really be conscious of
Yes.
beach vegetation, try to reduce clearing. I think that's what you try to do. But I think to say that any seaward expansion, walks you into, should be rejected by this board out of hand.
No, we're not.
Is a dangerous, place to go.
I'll move even further down to the natural resources special permit standards, preservation of natural resources, all structures and uses. This is where we get into both the structures as well, other than coastal structures, shall be located on upland and shall be located so that no natural resource, feature, or system designated in 255-412 hereof shall be diminished in size, polluted, degraded, lost, or placed in peril thereof, in order to establish such structure or use. If there is inadequate upland structure or use proposed, minimal exceptions of the requirement may be authorized by permit, but only after alternative reasonable uses of the property are deemed not to exist and alternative designs entailing smaller buildings and structures, reduced yard or other setbacks, or diminished or reconfigured areas of use are determined not to be effective in preventing the loss or potential damage to designated natural features.
But don't you just get you just get to that analysis if there's inadequate upland, and you hear that's not an issue, right? I mean, it is an issue, degrading the dune and looking carefully at the dune land and the beach vegetation, which we submit this application does. But in terms of looking at whether or not there's inadequate upland, that's not relevant here.
I think what they're saying is that it should be located upland. So I think maybe the question you'd want to be answering is, is there a way to move it more forward? And you're saying no because of the topography that exists on the, moving it more upland, as you said before, rather than what you're saying right now. I mean, the question is, can this project, therefore, by the standard of the code, is there an alternative design entailing smaller buildings and structures that could be moved further upland?
But I think you only get to that part of the code where you have to look at alternative designs if there is inadequate upland. Upland is defined in the code as any land that is not water or
As the chair said, where you
wetland.
could push this 30 feet more forward, landward, more upland, away from the protected
But
features.
I think it might be just a linguistic. When I say, I guess, when I read the word upland in the code, I understand it to mean any land that is not wetland or underwater land. That's what the definition of the code is.
Saying land,
Beth?
maybe Kate was meaning, you meant landward? Did you mean land?
So if you mean it can't be more landward, that's fine, but that's not what that section of the code is talking about. That section of the code is talking about upland, if it's not wetland or not underwater. And we submit that this isn't either.
She was referring to landward, moving it.
If you can, sure, you know, it's always, you know, it's always good to consider moving landward, but at the end of the day, that's what the building envelope is for, right? Is to say, look, here's where the code thinks it's a good place to build, and you know, you're set back appropriately. You meet the setback to the dune crest. You meet the setbacks to your landward of the CHA line. You're building within the building envelope, and so within that decision, you still have to take care of the natural resources that are there, the dune land and the beach grass and the beach vegetation. But that's a different. We'd submit that that's a different analysis than saying landward expansion or seaward expansion.
Well, I was only
area of
referring
rising
to the, that you had said before that K only relates to use. And when we get down to 255, 551 natural resources special permits, it then talks about structures.
Then it talks about structure. You're exactly right. That's right.
Right.
And any structure that goes
Not
on a
just
natural
use.
resource needs to needs to ensure that the natural resource isn't degraded.
Right.
Right. And that we submit is the reason why, you know, we're taking care to reduce clearing, to give up all of the manicured lawn on the site entirely, because, you know, the manicured lawn tends to attract fertilizers and pesticides, which carry forward their damage to the beach vegetation. But just leaving all of that aside, I think objectively, this specific property has considered rising sea levels and is built in an era of climate change. The house is constructed in a much safer manner, in the sense that it is now on pilings. You know, that's what the LIMWA regulations require, is that the construction standards are such that they're set on pilings. And what this proposal does is it changes, you know, a 1941 beach college that doesn't meet LIMWA standards, you know, into one that does. The house is, the ground floor of this house is 27 feet in the air. It's 295 feet from the mean high tide line.
How many feet in the air?
The ground floor
You
you
don't mean the air, you mean elevation.
that's right, it's not hanging there. It's 27 feet elevated. That's an important
You have
distinction.
21.1 feet, the maximum.
We have our builder here to describe how he's going to do that.
Really
Yeah.
FEMA strong there.
But it's elevated 27 feet above sea level. It's 295 feet landward of the mean high water mark. You know, it's behind a substantial dune system. We submit it's behind two substantial dunes. The first one rises immediately 18 feet from the ocean and then dips down.
You classify that as an embryonic dune.
Well, I was using, I did. I was using the language that the zoning board had used in a 1987 decision for
Has
the
the embryo
easterly.
grown? I mean,
Well,
long gestation period.
I think that's a really interesting point. It's hard to get a a really hard metric on that, but if you look at the 1941 aerial that we submitted, you can see that beach grass line has walked towards the ocean. And so this is an area that, is not subject to chronic erosion. In fact, it appears to be accreting. And so,
You have a deed for your property?
Sorry?
You have a deed for your property?
I don't have one on me, but I'm sure there's someone here who does, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Could you just to see where it goes down to the tie line?
Go ahead. Go ahead with your. Go ahead.
So again, this is these are these objective measurements of how high it is, how far it is from the mean high tide mark, the dunes that are in front of it that we submit even in an era of climate change. This specific property, though we all need to be aware of this phenomena, is appropriately proposed to address to meet this challenge. So I'm going to pause there because
Sure, you'll have a
I feel like
chance
I've been
to
talking
speak.
for ages.
And you can always get up and speak after we hear
Great.
from others. Any other questions for Andrew right
Yes,
now?
I do. I don't know, you might have answered it. In the Planning Department's technical analysis memo, the planner stated that the proposed residence includes an approximately 1,420 square foot basement within its eastern wing that has not been included in the estimated gross floor area of the residence.
Right.
I don't think basement has to be included in GFA.
Right. And there's an existing basement there now. And so this is, building on that.
Unless it was at a grade, and that would make it
And they would make it a third floor. That's right. Then you'd be into it.
Okay.
I got a couple questions. I'll just fire off. The sheds on the property, it looks, are they when was that smaller shed? Because it looks at about 9.7 feet from the side yard.
Right.
'Cause I don't have a C of O to tell me when it was.
The CO was issued in 2009,
Okay,
and it includes both sheds. I don't know. I assume that it was a pre-existing structure, but
That's probably something we
have
just
to ask.
confirm with, because if not, that would
we
be.
need a variance for that, or you need to
Move it.
winch it over a little.
Understand when sheds are non-habitable living space then,
Right.
too. Okay. It seems like the property, there's a concrete wall that's around the property right
Yep.
now, and is that going to be also removed as part of the construction protocol? And if that's removed, part of the construction protocol, I want to try, as you said, a part about it is keeping as much fill as possible
Right.
on site, to make sure that all the natural species grow back.
So in the plans, I believe I saw a retaining wall that was slightly further seaward to match, that is between the residence and the pool, but I want to make sure, I have the architects here, so we can.
There's a little one on the western
answer
side,
it.
too.
I can say that, and again, I've said this before, but no fill is supposed to leave the site. So
Okay.
in terms of keeping fill there, that's the objective, and that's the plan.
Okay. In the tech, and then also with all the mitigation and the technical analysis is discussed about a scenic easement.
Yeah.
And placement over the property, or a southern part of the property. If you had any discussion about that with the applicant.
Yeah, I think the applicant, Michelle and Caroline, aren't opposed to a scenic easement, provided that it would allow for a walkway down to the beach, which I think isn't an issue, but that in the future, any erosion control structures wouldn't be completely foreclosed. Easements are in perpetuity.
You're on a.
And so-
I don't even know if you're allowed.
Slippery slope there.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're now saying that in the future you may need a coastal erosion structure when you're just claiming that the beach is accreting and it's okay to move seaward.
Yeah, well, I think, over the last 75 years, it looks like the beach is accreting. But the thing about easements is they last forever. So, this is just the sort of,
It
the
feels
attorney in
contrary
me.
to everything
Look,
actually you've just said
well,
about why it's okay to move the house.
well, can't
Further.
you just turn that on its head? Wouldn't the board be looking for, an applicant to be considering all of these possibilities? I mean,
I don't think we're not interested in coastal structures along the ocean.
It's not just that.
Well, it's not necessarily, well, look, a coastal structure along the ocean, if it's proposed, would be flatly denied by every conceivable body in the town at the moment. But, you know, in 175 years, if someone wanted to put, say, a fence to protect the beach grass, because some seismic event had changed the climate, it seems silly not to sort of think of that now and say, look, you know, in the Scenic Easement.
Wouldn't it be better to prepare for any kind of, if you're saying an applicant, the property should be prepared for any event, then wouldn't it make sense then to move that house further away from the sea and any
no, because I
future
don't-
damage and go for the third story variance then and move it all the way out of any danger zone that may happen 100 years down the line?
Well, I think the difference between the house and an easement is that an easement is forever, and a house can be moved. So if in 150 years, say, hypothetically, there was a change in the pattern of erosion at this property, the house could be moved at that point. It'd be, you know, but for the purposes of this
I think easements can be
applicant.
modified as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, they can be
Yeah.
modified with a public hearing.
Right.
But
There is that ability.
I mean, look, if
They're not forever without any relief.
it just seems I guess it surprises me that the board would take an issue with carving out the ability to create erosion control structures within a scenic easement, given that, you know, they still have to be, you know, approved.
I think
You know,
you would
they
have
can't
to
just be
look at-
done
I think
willy-nilly.
you'd have to look at the precedent that was recently set by the planning board when they did that in a property that was over in Waynscott.
Okay.
To where I believe they didn't allow that into a scenic easement that was encumbered upon the property also. There was great debate on that, so.
You might want to check.
What's the, I mean, I'll check on that.
You might want to check
But
with your clients and see how they feel about that.
Okay, I can do that while the,
Yeah, you might
while the
wanna do
architects and,
that.
yeah.
I want to go back to some of the other ones on here. And the reason why I asked is I'm looking at I see that you're talking about the accretion of the beach.
Yeah.
It seems the tie line is on the mean high water mark, and I'm wondering if there's a tax map south of that. Is there a tax
There
map
is
parcel?
there's no tax maps. So that,
Because in the tax book, it looks like there is.
yeah, I mean, there may have been, but I have the printout of the tax map here if you want to see it, and it.
I got the tax book here, too.
Can we take a?
Yeah,
of course.
I'll take a quick. Thank you. Oh, really?
So, saying that the parkland is not a tax map parcel.
Which is the parcel, David?
This one.
Oh, yeah.
And all I'm seeing is how the survey reads to mean high water.
Right.
Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
it's interesting. It's almost like, you're saying that it seems like the state land comes and
Wraps.
wraps right along to the south of it. Well, it naturally does, yeah.
It does, I think I would like that to be clarified then too.
Particularly for, if there's a scenic easement.
Of course.
It needs to.
Well, in
somewhat
any
right.
case, actually, we need
Well,
that.
and then if you were talking about scenic easement, if there's a tax map there, no matter what, you couldn't probably put erosion control.
that would mean
structure not on your property either.
Your survey's incorrect then.
Do you want to submit this
That
to
would be-
the file?
Well, it's a tax map, right? I don't really.
Okay. My last one is with the sanitary system. It looks like there's grades over there on the sanitary system. The proposed system, does that meet Suffolk County Department of Health Services with the grading that's on there?
I believe it does. We have an application pending before them.
Okay.
The application was taken care of by.
So if this was to be approved,
It's to be
that would
approved,
a
yeah.
condition.
And, you know, we actually got the first NOI back from them, and the only issues they raised were assessing the existing well. We needed a well.
And that existing well is the 150 feet away, there's separation, obviously.
Yeah, it says
Yeah.
existing well, there's no distance in separation, which probably should be on the
Yeah.
survey.
I can do it right now for you.
Yeah, that probably should be on the survey.
We're looking at about
Close.
close. I think
So,
you're
Andrew-
right on it then too. You might want to mark the separation between the well and the septic
Okay.
system on the survey.
Yeah.
Also. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Thanks, Andrew. You can get back up.
I have,
Go ahead, Roy, sorry.
okay, I have
Yeah.
just one question regarding the construction clearing. You're increasing the existing clearing by about 7,200 square feet, essentially bringing it up to the maximum allowable clearing.
That's right.
And then bringing it back down to 10,000. And that, just wanted to verify that. Seems like a lot of additional clearing for construction, I'm not sure. Because the size of the existing house to the property line are already probably considered cleared.
I mean, this is an
That's all-
estimation.
It sounds like,
You know, and it may be an overestimation, but we thought it would be better to overestimate the amount of clearing that could happen with construction.
Yeah, on the east
You know,
side,
but if we have a lot of natural beach, natural vegetation that takes years sometimes to develop,
Right.
we would want to protect that a little bit more. I don't know if, we should try to restrict that as much as possible.
yeah, I can see on the east side of the construction, there's a brick patio and that sort of thing right now. On the west side, though, although it looks like you're allowing about 20 feet for construction, somewhere like that. You see the 27.2-foot setback?
Yeah.
David, maybe you can scale that, but it looks like,
Sorry, what would you like me to try to do?
yeah, is that just, what's that, about 20 feet they're allowing for construction? Which
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
which actually is much more realistic than telling us 10 feet.
That's what we felt. And just one on that, on the east side there, there's the existing brick. On the west side is lawn. I mean, there is,
Yeah, there's a
but
wall
you can see there's that lawn and that hedge from that picture.
Oh, there is.
So
You're going to the, actually, it seems like Andrew, sorry,
Yeah,
I think Chairman was actually pointing out
Oh, I
the
see.
wall. There's actually a wall in their survey.
And that's
I
lawn
think that-
between the
that's
house and the
marked
wall
where
right
that
now?
line of clearance is
Yeah.
going to be.
Yeah, so that's good. I mean, it's not dune land there, beach
On
vegetation.
the western side of the
Right here.
house, there's a concrete wall.
Right.
Right here.
It's in the grade, so I think that's what holds the grade back, and the line of clearing will go up to where the existing concrete wall is.
And then they,
Okay.
and
Which
then
has
they,
already been.
I see it.
re-veg.
I can see it now.
been
Thanks.
Disturbed at some point before.
and then they re-veg back, yeah. Okay, Andrew, you'll have a chance at the end to.
all right, great, thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this application? Yes, sir. Good evening. If you could just give us your name and the address, please.
My name is Craig Gibson. I'm an attorney and have an office at 2322 Main Street, Bridgehampton, New York. I'm
Okay.
going to be brief because it's a long night and there are probably too many lawyers here with us tonight. I'm actually an unpaid attorney tonight, which is very rare.
Shocking.
I'm
You
here to
representing
support-
me?
I'm here to support my friends, and I'm here to discuss two items which I have personal knowledge of, which I think the board should consider. First of all, I want to explain to the board, even though I'm an attorney, I've lived here for 50 years, windsurfed, surfed, and done a lot of activities along the ocean. And I'm very familiar with coastal
paddleboarding?
erosion. Not paddleboarding. That's on the bay. So the board should keep in mind that this is an extremely unique property in that we have protection of 240 feet of depth of dune. So I'm somewhat surprised that the board is talking about moving a house back further landward when we have one of the most substantial dunes in the entire area. So you're holding this property under the guise of a NRSP to a more stringent standard, and I think it would be difficult for you to attempt to impose that. But let me talk more about the dune briefly. We've heard testimony that it's 26 feet. So we have a depth first of 140 feet from the ocean to the beach, from the ocean at the beach grass line to the dune crest. Then we have an additional 100 feet. So this is a very substantial dune. It's more than anything you see in Beach Hampton, really, which has now been called the dunes. So that's why my position is that this property is not prone to flooding. And you're going to say, how do I know that? The reason I know that is I went to the property the day after Superstorm Sandy. Why did I go there? My friends wanted to see what had happened to their house, and I will tell you what I found. I went to the beach, and because of the storm, you could clearly see a massive debris line at the high water mark. At this property, the overwash was 20 feet. The first 20 feet, not of the dune crest, the first 20 feet of the beach grass line along the ocean, 12 feet in elevation. I walked to the east, and at White Sands, there was damage to White Sands. They had sandbagged the public access road, so that's a hot spot for erosion. I walked a mile to the west, and there were several areas where the dune had been inundated because that was an extremely serious storm.
Can you, Greg, can you back up just where I'm following you? So you were there, and tell me again where the,
Sure.
12 foot?
yeah, where,
Basically,
it
if
was
you
right at
look
the 12-foot, at the 12-foot contour? Where it
Yes,
says
where you
edge of
see
beach
edge
grass?
of beach grass.
That's where the
The
water
first
was.
20 feet, that's the only, I was happy to call Michelle and say, hey, Michelle,
First 20 feet?
we're good here. So if you look at the beach grass line, basically you see where the sand meets the beginning of that dune, the first 20 feet down there. So we're talking about over 200 feet away from where the house is located.
1 to 50.
That was the extent of the flooding, which is, you know, very unusual. And I would probably guess that the reason that the house was constructed on this site in 1941 was after the 1938 hurricane, they realized that they had to put this in an extremely safe place. If you go to the east in the 38 hurricane, Montauk was cut off for 3 days. And if you go to the low areas behind these dunes in 1938, there was 6 to 8 feet of water in there. So that's why the house was built there. So what we're talking about is building responsibly in an area that's not prone to flooding and is one of the safest places to put a house all along the Napeag stretch. So I think the board should keep that in mind, and I urge them to approve the application, because let's not lose sight of the fact this is not a variance. We don't have any coastal erosion hazard line issues. It's an NRSP, and my friends are striving to meet those conditions, and we're willing to work with the board. I don't think that I believe they'll probably be willing to accept a standard scenic easement. There was some discussion before about having coastal erosion possibilities there.
I just want to clarify, are you speaking as a friend
As a
in
friend.
support
Well,
of the application?
But I'm also an attorney, so.
But at this
Yes.
particular moment,
Yes.
are you speaking as a friend or as opposed to what the agents for the, or as
He's
a
a friend.
further agent?
Well,
As a friend.
I'd say I'm a friend who is also an attorney, so don't hold it against me that I'm an attorney.
Right, he's
But right now, you're speaking as a friend.
He's not retained, he's a friend. He's just supporting the
I
application.
just want to be clear
Correct.
on that because he's offering a scenic easement, and I just want to know.
Well, I'm sure that Rick can
just said
testify to that, but, you know, the point is that we're willing to
just
work
said-
with the
No, I'm sorry,
town.
you're right, so sorry.
We've
Yeah.
moved the
Kate's
structure.
point is you were discussing offering a scenic easement.
Without a
and-
coastal
and you're
erosion
not the
structure, and
applicant's attorney,
the applicant agents, I'm just pointing out that the person
I
representing the
understand.
applicant was looking for a
I
different
think
scenic easement.
Rick can speak to that to clarify it. We're not
Yeah.
trying to
That's-
confuse.
so
not
I
trying
wanted to be
confuse
clear.
the board. So what we're doing is, we've moved the house back 15 feet. We have substantial revegetation that we're doing, and I submit that this is an extremely safe place, as I personally observed during that storm, which is one of the worst storms we've had since I've been here for 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak this evening? Okay, great. Brian?
Brian?
Good evening, Brian, again.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members. I'm Brian Frank, the Chief Environmental Analyst with the Planning Department. This is a little bit of an unusual application because it does involve a natural resources special permit. It does not require a variance, but that does not obviate the application from meeting the natural resource special permit standards. I also think that there is a little bit of precedence here because I'm not aware of any time in the last 15 to 20 years, probably longer, where a property was proposing the demolition of an existing structure and moving seaward, moving closer to the coastline, especially along the ocean. And I think there's a lot of reasons to be concerned about that. I appreciate the fact that the property owners took the time to be here tonight and to listen to this discussion. And I've had a very professional and a lot of deep dialogue with both Rick Whalen and Andrew Strong of Rick's office about the pros and cons of this application. I'm not going to argue the law. Unlike Craig and Rick and Andrew, I'm not an attorney. I'm a biologist. So I'm going to let the lawyers argue the law, and I'm going to stick to what I know about this area. But my understanding of the town law is that when an application does involve a special permit and not a variance, that at least some, if not a lot of the burden for finding the application meeting those standards shifts to the boards, as opposed to a variance where it's an applicant's obligation to demonstrate to the board how they satisfy the variance standards. In the case of a special permit, it's often the case that the board, the body, has to find that a project doesn't meet those special permit standards, and that's what we're going to discuss tonight. And if I'm inaccurate at all, then I'll defer to your attorney to clarify that. You know what's on the property now. There's about a 2,500, roughly a 2,500 square foot, one-story house. It does have about a 1,400 square foot basement underneath it. That's what's listed on the certificate of occupancy, which reminds me, I had sent you a memorandum with just some photos from the town's GIS. Yeah. And attached to it was supposed to be the building history and the certificate of occupancy. Somehow the memo got held up in the ether somewhere, and it didn't make it to your file until yesterday, and the attachment got separated from it. So I'm sorry about that oversight. I'd like to hand you, before I forget, a copy of the building history now and the most recent CO, and I think it does show that the sheds that member Lise was asking about earlier are on here. But again, before I forget in the conversation here, I'm going to hand this up to you if you don't mind.
Thanks, Brian. Thank you.
And I want to be clear about what the planning department's concerns are here, because I don't want to sound over exaggerating or hysterical about the risk to the property here. I think the assessment does point out that this has been a stable area of Amagansett, and it doesn't say it in there, but I think it's inarguable to say that this is not a well-developed barrier dune system fronting this property and provides good natural protection. But when you look at some of the other factors and some of the other mapping categories that show up on this area, and also applying the lessons of what we've learned in the past. Mr. Gibson referenced Beach Hampton in his presentation as an area where the dunes are considerably less well-developed than they are here. That's also an area that right now is relatively stable. We don't see a lot of measurable erosion. We don't see a retreat of the barrier dune along that property there. But in the 70s, you did. And in the 70s, there were a number of properties that were relocated further landward. At least one of them was moved twice in the area. So the stability, the quote-unquote, of the stability of the shoreline is a transient thing along the ocean. Oceanfront habitats, oceanfront development, by its nature, are dynamic areas. They are volatile areas. They're subject to rapid change. They're subject to patterns that can be consistent for decades at a time and then shift, whether it's as a result of factors like the presence or absence of offshore sand, or other changes in the weather pattern, or other factors that influence where these erosional hotspots show up. Calling an area along the oceanfront stable is respectfully short-sighted to anybody who thinks so. And I think anytime you're moving closer, it is the proverbial moth to the flame mentality, and it's something that really should be avoided if it can be. I want to show you some of the properties of the area here. This is one of the this is one of the photographs in the memorandum that I sent you. And this shows some of the coastal conditions of not just the property, but the surrounding properties as well. This red shaded area is the velocity flood zone. The velocity flood zone is the area that have been mapped on flood zones as those areas that are likely to be subject to up to 3 foot of wave inundation or more in any, a 1% chance of that in any given year. That's what translates into the velocity flood zone. You can see the boundary of the velocity flood zone is landward of where the existing residence is. The LIMWA, what everybody calls the LIMWA, is the limit of moderate wave action, and that's the estimated distance to which wave energy up to 1.5 foot deep may occur in association with that 1% flood event. This black line here is the location of the coastal erosion hazard line. Andrew referenced that in his presentation a little bit earlier. And all of this darkened area around it is a COBRA zone, a coastal barrier resources area. And while it's true that this property is not in a coastal barrier zone, I certainly don't think I gave that impression in the assessment that it was. I think it's stated that it's surrounded by it. COBRA zones are defined as areas that are generally unsuitable for development because of their vulnerability to storm damage and the habitat value that they provide. I'm paraphrasing. There's actually a fairly lengthy description of what coastal barrier resources areas are. It goes back to the original act as it was authorized and been reauthorized by Congress a number of times. I really just chose the part that I thought was relevant to this application. If you want to read about COBRA zones, there's plenty of stuff out there, and the planning department has more of those resources in the.
We can do that when we get home tonight.
That's a great idea at 11 o'clock.
Sounds interesting.
In an area that has these features, this is a coastal high-risk area. Is the dune stable right now? Yes. Has this been an area that has demonstrated erosion in the past or even in the recent decades? No. Does it change the fact that this is a high-risk area? Absolutely not. I think these mapping features show that it isn't a high-risk area. On top of that, a lot of coastal communities, you'll hear about coastal resiliency in the future. Mr. Gibson referenced Superstorm Sandy or Hurricane Sandy, however you want to refer to it. And that was a wake-up call for a lot of communities because we did, it's too cavalier to say we got off easy because it did do a lot of damage out here, but it certainly could have been a lot worse. And as extraordinary as Sandy was, it really isn't that extraordinary when you consider the fact that in any given year there's a percentage of a severe storm hitting Long Island. Luckily that we haven't had that direct hit. And luckily we didn't have all the precipitation that we could have had with Sandy. And fortunately the epicenter of the storm didn't hit out here on Long Island, or the damage would have been much more severe. But what it really has done is it really has shown just how much we have invested in our coastal areas and just how vulnerable they are and just how dependent we are, especially on Long Island here. I've been involved in some of the disaster planning for Long Island. We're at the end here. If you don't have a good staging area for equipment, you really are stuck. If you're stuck without power, if power lines are down to cross roads, it could be a lengthy process before things are open. And the realization of that has prompted a lot of communities to look at how resistant they are, how resilient they are to coastal storm events, how quickly can the community bounce back. And this is a great opportunity to not increase a property's vulnerability to coastal erosion by moving it closer to the hazard. And that's the bottom line here. You can say that this area is not eroding. You can go out, and I take Craig at his word that they probably lost a little bit of foredune as a result of Superstorm Sandy. But that doesn't change the fact that this is where the hazard is mostly coming from, and you're moving closer to it if you relocate the residence 45 feet to the south. On top of that, these conditions right now are a snapshot. This is a reflection of what the hazards are estimated to be right now, with the possible exception of the coastal erosion hazard line, which is, by most professionals' estimation, pretty outdated. The DEC has been in the process of remapping that for a pretty long time and is a little bit behind schedule on updating that line, but that was the purpose of pointing out that the coastal erosion hazard line goes back 30 years. It goes by almost 30 years. It goes back to 1988. The flood zones are a little bit more recent. They were most recently adopted in 2009. But we know that sea level is rising. We can argue about how much it's rising, and there are various models and different scenarios of moderate sea level rise, extreme sea level rise, and I didn't really want to bog down the assessment with specific rates because that's kind of beside the point. The point is that sea level is rising, and that with the rise in sea level, whatever the patterns have been over the past decades, they might be out the window. These areas, this property and the properties like it, there's every reason to believe that they are going to be more vulnerable to severe coastal events in the future than they have been in the past. That's not, I don't think, hyperbole. That's not being hysterical. That's not being an overreaction. That's applying sound coastal planning principles to residential development, which is kind of what planning is supposed to do. You're supposed to be looking at things not just where they are right now, but how is it going to be in the future? How are things going to be 20 years from now, 30 years from now? When there are sea level, again, it's easy to get sucked into the weeds of these various climate models, but there are models that do predict, discernible changes along the coastline as early as 2050. That's not that far away in the life of a new structure. The planning department, if I'm not sure if perhaps I misunderstood Craig, the planning department isn't recommending moving the new construction any farther back than it is right now, just recommending not going any farther seaward, using the existing building line as kind of the baseline for the footprint of the new construction. That's the essence of the planning department's recommendation. And this board has to evaluate this application against the special permit standards of the town code, and if you find that it fails to meet those standards, then the application as it's been designed should be denied. I do want to express my appreciation to Rick's office for their timely submission of their supporting materials. It's nice to have that in advance of the assessment. I want to address some of the comments in there, and I want to do it as in as much brevity as I can. I don't think it's, I don't want to belabor a lot of these points. I just don't want to leave some statements that are in the submission unaddressed, and it's for the board to give it however much weight you think is appropriate. But I think the statement that the application is not going to negatively affect the natural resources that the special permit standards protect is already kind of been fleshed out by the fact that you have to bring this up to the maximum near, if not near the maximum amount, then close to what has been estimated on the survey to move this thing to move the new construction 45 foot farther to the south. It is going to create a large footprint of temporary disturbance. The second bullet point, to suggest that the project is safe from potential flooding, I understand what they're saying. They're saying this is going to be a new residence. It's going to meet the flood zone elevation requirements for the zone that it's in. It's going to meet the building code construction standards for the wind zone that it's in, and those are all good points. That would be true for any new residence that's constructed on this property. But I'm just going to.
That's new code. Code's.
That is new code.
October 3rd.
That is new code. A lot of that, a lot of that was born from the consequence of Hurricane Andrew back in '05, when you did have buildings who had besides the other problems with it. But when the windows blow out, the wind gets in there and literally rips the building apart from the insides. But again, I'm going to just refer back to the comments I made and the comments in the assessment as to why I think that's an oversimplification to say that it's safe from flooding. I think, I guess one point that I really want to emphasize that I think is inaccurate is, the last bullet point to suggest that the ZBA is correct in its analysis and the primary dune crest has been misflagged. I think that's a statement that can't really be unaddressed. That seems to arise from a statement in a zoning board determination from 1990. Ironically, that came from a positive declaration requiring an impact statement. I'm not really sure that I understand its context because there's a reference that the primary dune is becoming a secondary dune because of the formation of an embryonic dune on its seaward side. Embryonic dunes are as small as they sound. They're barely topographically conspicuous. By definition, embryonic dunes form at or just above the rack line and are very, very low. I'm going to tell you that I believe that the dune crest is properly identified on the survey according to the town code. I'm also going to tell you that that's reinforced by the DEC, which has said repeatedly there are no secondary dunes seaward of the state's CHA line. So any dunes seaward of CHA are primary dunes. The town code defines the crest of the dune as the highest point along the barrier dune. That's exactly what's on the survey. If there was a disagreement about that, that should have been addressed in the at the front end of the application when it was submitted. I do want to point out that I think the relevance of some of those other decisions that were submitted is fairly limited. The most recent one is from 1990. One of them goes back to 1983 when the way the dune was measured was from the seawardmost 15-foot contour line. And there's just a lot that's changed since then. So those are very old decisions. This hasn't been a very active area application-wise. Things have been, from my familiarity of the area, fairly status quo. There hasn't been a lot of activity here. I think one property had an addition on the landward side approved a number of years ago, but other than that, there has not been a lot of construction in this area. I do think that the statement here that the statement that opposing the application on its general ground that it's inconsistent with the town's code's purpose and calling it arbitrary and improper framework, I think I'm trying to explain, or I try to in the assessment, how this application comes up short from the special permit standards, and that was the intent here, not to be arbitrary. Again, to say that that the principal argument is the seaward expansion in a time of climate change should be rejected is too general to use for the zoning board. I think that's an oversimplification of the planning department's recommendations. Again, part of what the planning department and in the zoning board and the special permit standards has been referenced a little bit earlier, is to shape the growth of a community in the most appropriate way possible. And take a look at the purposes of zoning in 255-111 of the town code, where it does speak specifically to the protection of flood and the protection of natural resources, and couple that with your special permit standards to determine if this application meets those standards.
But how do we weave in climate change, although it's wise to think about it and to prepare for it, but how do we weave climate change into the code?
I'm not sure that you necessarily have to. I think you have to evaluate this application against the special permit standards that you have in the town code. You have up here kind of graphic evidence about the vulnerability of the property.
That's my point. Yeah.
And then I don't think it's inaccurate or hyperbolic or an exaggeration to say whatever you see here right now is likely to be more severe as we learn more about and as we see what the effects of climate change are going to be. And not even, take climate change out of it for the moment, although I guess it's hard to. Sea level rise. The location of of mean high water and the extent of inundation when you do get a storm. We've all been to the beach. I'm sure, as Mr. Gibson will tell you, as a surfer and a windsurfer, there are hurricanes that are hundreds of miles out in the Atlantic Ocean that bring wave action up to the toe of the dune all over the Atlantic Ocean beach. So if sea level is either inches or even a foot higher than what it is right now, it's a direct cause and effect. To suggest that it's not, the properties like this are not going to be more vulnerable in the future would really ignore a lot of sound science. And maybe that's the role of addressing sea level rise or climate change in your evaluation. I think that's mostly everything. Obviously, if a scenic easement, which is supposed to conserve the dune as a natural feature, both as a natural protective feature and as a natural habitat protected by the town code, if it's going to allow a rock revetment or a seawall to be incorporated into it, then that's kind of incompatible with the purposes of establishing a conservation easement in the first place. So if that's the caveat to having one, then I would respectfully suggest there's no point in bothering. Hopefully this property never gets to that stage, but if this ever did erode severely, you would have to, presumably you'd have to look at retreat, and the Zaleskis wouldn't be the only ones in that boat. But it would be, in conclusion, I do want to say that I think it would be a shame to start seeing things get closer to the feature that is not only a natural habitat, a protected natural feature, a big part of the identity of this town, but also a hazard to property, a hazard to human life, and something that you try to minimize those two coming together under those circumstances. I think that's it. I think, coming back to something that Mr. Gibson said when the foredune was a little bit eroded, or when this area flooded from the north after 38, I think he kind of said that where the house is now is the safest place to build. And that's kind of the planning department's point in the concerns raised in the environmental assessment, or the type 2 memorandum.
Just why do you think that was carved out of the COBRA?
I think COBRA zones avoided areas that were developed at the time that they imposed the zone. Because if you take a look all over Long Island where they are established, that's what they did. They have these right angles and these hard lines that obviously don't reflect natural geographic contours or any other feature except to carve out blocks. Believe it or not, most of Dune Road in Hampton Bays is, and East Quogue is not in a COBRA zone, despite its obvious apparent suitability for it, because a lot of it was developed, in my opinion.
Any questions for Brian, board members?
No.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Okay. We all set? Hey, Rick?
Good evening again, Richard Whalen, also the attorney for the applicant, Michelle Zaleski. I am being paid. Sorry, Craig.